Please. Do we know how many people are there?
They're increasing.
We are live on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Switch, so many things. So we are live now. And the LinkedIn link, I'll send you the LinkedIn link in case you need to send it maybe to someone who is not into the meeting. There is the post, copy link. Yeah, the number is going up nicely. No. Where is the LinkedIn one? Yeah, I think we should be ready. Ghassan, you're on mute, just for you to know.
Will we start?
Yes, Dr. Hassan. After your permission, Professor Hassan, we can start. Please, Nancy.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Akram Muhammad, studying Mass Communication at the College of Arts and Sciences at Abu Dhabi University, and I will be your MC for the 7th Educational Forum, Unlocking Potential, Harnessing AI in Education for Success, which Abu Dhabi University is organizing in collaboration with the Regional Center for Educational Planning, UNESCO, and the Queen Rania Teacher Academy and Drexel University. Professor Ghassan Awad, Chancellor of Abu Dhabi University, Your Excellency Muharram Tawi, the Director of the Regional Center for Educational Planning, UNESCO, Your Excellency Dr. Osama Baidat, Chief Executive Officer, the Queen Rania Teacher Academy, distinguished guests and speakers. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Educational Forum, Unlocking Potential, Harnessing AI in Education for Success, which aims to showcase innovative AI tools and technologies that support educators and enhance teaching technologies, discuss the role of AI in curriculum development and assessment, explore the use of AI in analyzing educational data and outcomes, envision the future of learning with AI shaping modern education. I hope you will benefit and enjoy our activities today. And so to start our forum, I have the honor of introducing our visionary leader, whose guidance has always been instrumental in shaping ADU. Dear Dr. Professor Ghassan Awad, Chancellor of Abu Dhabi University, to welcome you and give you the opening speech.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you, Nancy, because when I was your age, I wouldn't dare doing what you are doing now. So we're very proud of our students and our graduates. And good afternoon, colleagues and friends, and welcome to this very important educational forum. I'm really grateful to Dr. Mohammed Steha and his leadership in this area, and to Dr. Hamad, who's really a world-leading authority as well. And it's an absolute pleasure to see His Excellency Mahra and His Excellency Dr. Osama today with us, even though virtual. Would have preferred to be physical, but by making it virtual, we have given access to so many people across the globe, in fact. And this is what we're doing at the university really well in terms of investing in our community, because our community is entitled to learn from us. We should disseminate the knowledge to them. And this forum is the ideal place, in fact, to do it. Of course, everybody is talking about AI now, and I bet the landscape of higher education and education in general will look completely different in the next few years. The future of teaching and learning will be completely different. The future learners will be different. The whole landscape will be different. So whatever we can do now, for sure, it will shape the thinking of the future. And anybody ignoring this area, I think they are living in the past, because AI is with us. We like it, we don't like it. It will be with us for years to come, right? And it has transformed the way we do things. Some say I was reluctant to use application like ChatGPT, and with the advice from Dr. Hamad, I said, okay, let me try it. So now whatever I draft, I give it to ChatGPT, they paraphrase it for you. There isn't a single English mistake. So I used to do some English mistakes every now and then, being English is not our first language. But you can see the way you can communicate with it now in Arabic or any language is just transformational. So we're just fortunate. Maybe we should exploit it to our advantage as a technology. Of course, we have to be ethical. We should teach our students now ethics more than AI, in fact, in order to use it really properly. So once again, I wish you a very successful forum. Grateful once again to Dr. Mohammed Seha and the team, and for your kind attendance. Wish you every success. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Ghassan. It is our pleasure to collaborate with the Regional Center for Education Planning, UNESCO, one of the main educational institutions in the region. Allow me to welcome Her Excellency Maher Al-Mutawi, the Director of the Regional Center for Education Planning, UNESCO, sharing with us her thoughts and perspectives about AI in education. Your Excellency Mahra, the mic is yours.
شكرا نانسي على هذه المقدمة، وأنا أفتخر بوجود مثل هذه الخريجين من مؤسساتنا الجامعية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. البروفيسور غسان عواد مدير جامعة أبوظبي، أتشرف بلقائك. الدكتور أسامة عبيدات الرئيس التنفيذي لأكاديمية الملكة رانيا لتدريب المعلمين، الشريك الاستراتيجي والمتعاون دائما معنا المركز الإقليمي للتخطيط التربوي لخدمة قطاع التعليم في الوطن العربي، الدكتور محمد فتيحة مدير حرم جامعة أبوظبي في العين ومدير المركز التعلم الذكي، شريكنا دائم في المركز، صاحب الإنجازات المتميزة، الدافع لنا دائما لخدمة التعليم. شكرا لك دكتور محمد على جهدك في تنظيم هذا الملتقى. السادة الخبراء والمتحدثين والحضور الكرام، نعرف جميعا بأن التكنولوجيا تلعب دور حاسم في التطوير والتغيير في جميع القطاعات، وخصوصا في قطاع التعليم، حيث توفر إمكانية الوصول لكميات هائلة من المعلومات للطلبة، مما يتيح لهم الفرصة لاستكشاف موارد تعليمية متنوعة وتعميق فهمهم للموضوعات التي تهمهم. كما تعمل التكنولوجيا على تعزيز تجربة تعلمهم بتوفير تجارب تفاعلية وجاذبة من خلال الوسائط المتعددة والواقع الافتراضي، مما يسهل لهم فهم المفاهيم المعقدة. كما أن التكنولوجيا تدعم التعاون والتواصل بين الطلاب والمعلمين عالميا، وتعمل كذلك أيضا على انفتاحهم على العالم الخارجي وتواصلهم مع الطلبة على جميع المستويات، وتتيح لهم التعلم بما يتوائم مع احتياجاتهم وأنماط تعلمهم وأسلوبهم الفريد، مما يسهم في تحسين أدائهم الأكاديمي بشكل كبير. بالإضافة لما تقدم، فإن التكنولوجيا تسهم بشكل مهم في تطوير مهارات القرن ال21 مثل التفكير النقدي وحل المشكلات، وتساعد الطلاب على التكيف مع التقنيات الجديدة والاستعداد للمهن المستقبلية. كما أنها توفر الفرصة لهم لاكتساب منظور عالمي من خلال التواصل مع أفراد من مختلف أنحاء العالم، وتعزز الوعي الثقافي. والتكنولوجيا تبسط أيضا العمليات الإدارية في التعليم، مما كذلك يتيح للمعلمين التركيز أكثر على التعليم نفسه وتعمل على تعزيز الكفاءة والتنظيم. بالإضافة لذلك، تساعد التكنولوجيا الطلاب على اكتساب الكثير من المهارات الرقمية الأساسية وتحضرهم للتعامل مع التحديات المستقبلية في عالم سريع التطور. ومن هذا المنطلق، أصبح تبني واحتضان التكنولوجيا ومهاراتها ضرورية لإعداد القوى العاملة للمستقبل. فدمج التكنولوجيا في التعليم واستثمارها ليست شيئا كمالي، ولكن هو شيء ضروري، وبالتالي فإن ذلك سوف يزيد من فرص تعزيز التدريس وعمليات التعلم. حيث أن الأدوات الرقمية مثل عمليات المحاكاة ووحدات الواقع الافتراضي وتطبيقات الواقع المعزز يمكن أن توفر للطلبة تجارب عملية تحاكي العالم الحقيقي. ووفقا لمنظمة العمل الدولية فإن دمج التكنولوجيا في التعليم المهني يمكن أن يؤدي إلى زيادة بنسبة 15% في نتائج التعلم، ويقلل بشكل كبير من معدل التسرب بين الطلاب، حيث أن استخدام المحاكاة التفاعلية ووحدات الواقع الافتراضي تزيد من ممارسة التطبيقات لدى الطلبة، وتزيد أيضا من اكتسابهم للمهارات والعمل على تجارب تعليمية قامرة وجاذبة تمكنهم من ممارسة المهارات التقنية في البيئات الافتراضية، وبالتالي اكتساب خبرة عملية قيمة تعدهم لمواجهة تحديات العالم الحقيقي. ونحن حتى نضمن بأن الطلبة لديهم الفرصة الكاملة للاستفادة من دمج التكنولوجيا في التعليم وتعزيز كفاءة عملية تعلمهم من خلال استثمار التكنولوجيا وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي، مما يسمح لهم بتلبية الأنماط التعليمية المتنوعة لهم، فنحن بحاجة إلى تطوير جاهزية ومهارات المعلمين، إذ أن هذا المعلمون يلعبون دورا مركزيا في إثراء خبرات تعلم الطلبة، وهم بحاجة إلى أن يكونوا مجهزين بالمعرفة والمهارة والثقة لاستخدام التكنولوجيا بفعالية داخل الفصول الدراسية، مما يوفر كذلك لهم الفرصة لتصميم وتنفيذ استراتيجيات تعليمية تتوافق مع الاحتياجات الفردية لكل طالب من طلبتهم، وتلبي أنماط التعلم المتنوعة لدى الطلبة بشكل أكثر فعالية. لذا فإن تمكين المعلمين من خلال التدريب المكثف وتوفير الدعم المستمر لهم هو عامل نجاح حاسم لضمان دمج التكنولوجيا بنجاح في بيئات التعلم، وهو يشكل عنصراً أساسياً في تطوير المهارات لدى الطلبة، وهذا يتم عبر البرامج التدريبية وتطوير مهني متخصص مع توفير دعم وإرشاد مستمر لهم، كما يتم أيضاً عن طريق تزويد المعلمين بالمهارات اللازمة للتغلب على مقاومة التغيير لدى الطلبة ولدى زملائهم أيضاً، وضمان التقدم المستدام في دمج التكنولوجيا في مجال التعليم. كما أن أيضاً يتم تزويد المعلمين بالمهارات اللازمة للتغلب مثل ما قلنا على المقاومة وضمان التقدم المستدام. كما نحن بحاجة إلى تزويدهم بالعمل على الأدوات الرقمية مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي، حيث يظهر أن التمكن الرقمي للمعلمين قدرتهم على دعم الطلاب بفعالية أكبر وتطوير مهارات التفكير النقدي وحل المشكلات لديهم أكثر، ويساعدهم في خلق بيئة تعليمية إيجابية بفعالية أكبر وتطوير مهارات التفكير النقدي لديهم، كما يعمل على أيضا تشجيع الفضول والابتكار لدى طلبتهم. ومع ظهور الذكاء الاصطناعي، هل الصوت واضح؟
نعم واضح.
ومع ظهور الذكاء الاصطناعي بات من الضروري استثماره كأداة داعمة للمعلمين، حيث أثبتت الدراسات بأن ذلك يمكن أن يساعد بأن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن أن يساعدهم على إعادة تخصيص ما يقارب من 20 إلى 30% من وقتهم لتحسين التدريس والتركيز أكثر على الطلاب. فالذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن أن يحسن الكفاءة الإدارية من خلال أتمتة المهام مثل تصحيح الواجبات والاختبارات والجدوى والأعباء الإدارية التي يلتزم بها المعلمين، بالتالي يسمح لهم بالتركيز على دورهم الأساسي في عمليات التدريس والتعليم. كما أيضا يساعد الذكاء الاصطناعي على تحسين قدرة المعلمين على بناء استراتيجيات تعليمية مبنية على البيانات، فالبيانات التي يوفرها الذكاء الاصطناعي وتحليلها يمكن أن يساعدهم على بناء استراتيجيات تتوافق مع طلبتهم واحتياج طلبتهم، وسد الفجوات التعليمية وفهم احتياجات كل طالب بشكل فردي. التكنولوجيا يمكنها أن تربط ويمكن للتكنولوجيا وما يرتبط بها من منصات وتطبيقات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا أن تعمل على دعم التطور المهني للمعلمين، مما يعزز قدرتهم على التكيف مع التغيرات السريعة في مجال التعليم، حيث توفر المنصات العديد من الدورات وكما تتيح لهم التفاعل مع خبرات في نفس المجالات في دول أخرى عن طريق عبر الإنترنت وعن طريق الأونلاين، والتفاعل مع زملائهم على مستوى العالم لحل المشكلات والتحديات التي تواجههم. بناء على ما سبق، فإن هنا يبرز دور الحكومات ووزارات التربية والتعليم والمنظمات الدولية والمؤسسات الجامعية في اعتماد استراتيجيات وخطط واضحة لدمج التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي في أنظمة التعليم بهدف تعزيز نتائج التعلم وزيادة الوصول إلى التعليم الجيد لكل الطلاب. وتتطلب هذه العملية تطوير استراتيجيات شاملة وخطط شاملة توضح كيفية استثمار التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي وأي مستجدات أخرى في هذا القطاع لتحقيق أهداف التعليم ورفع الجودة في الأنظمة التعليمية. ومن هذا المنطلق فإن المركز الإقليمي للتخطيط التربوي عمل على تنفيذ العديد من الدراسات وبرامج نشر المعرفة والتعاون مع الشركاء الدوليين والإقليميين والوطنيين على تطوير العديد من الأدلة المتعلقة بالتكنولوجيا وإدماجها ورفع جودة التعلم عن بعد، وكذلك السياسات الخاصة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، وأيضا العمل على توفيرها باللغة العربية حتى يتاح لأكبر شريحة من المستخدمين والعاملين في مجال التعليم الاستفادة منها. وبما أن العمل التشاركي دائما يؤدي إلى نتائج أكثر فعالية، فأود التركيز على الدور الهام الذي يلعبه التعاون بين الشركات والشراكات بين المؤسسات التعليمية وشركات التكنولوجيا وأصحاب المصلحة لمشاركة الموارد والخبرات وأفضل الممارسات في استخدام التكنولوجيا، والسعي إلى التعاون بين المعلمين والتقنيين لتطوير حلول مبتكرة تعالج التحديات التعليمية المحددة من قبل المعلمين. وهذا الأمر سوف ينعكس بشكل إيجابي على المنظومة التعليمية وتمكين المعلمين وتمكين المتعلمين وإعدادهم للمستقبل من خلال تزويدهم بالمهارات التي تجعلهم قادرين على التكيف والتعامل مع المتغيرات وتعزيز قدرتهم على المنافسة في سوق العمل العالمي المتغير باستمرار. وفي ختام كلمتي أتقدم بالشكر الكامل لكل الشركاء الاستراتيجيين وفريق العمل المشرف على هذا الملتقى على جهدهم في العمل على تنظيمه، وهذا العمل الذي أثبت بأن العمل المشترك والتعاون هو وسيلتنا لخدمة قطاع التعليم بشكل أكبر وأكثر فعالية. أشكر لكم جهودكم، ونتشرف بوجود المركز الإقليمي للتخطيط التربوي كشريك استراتيجي في تنظيم هذا الملتقى.
Thanks a lot, Your Excellency Maharam Tali. It was a pleasure. Our next welcoming keynote speech is for Her Excellency Dr. Osama Vedat. Dr. Osama is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Queen Rania Teacher Academy, and he has been leading this unique and prestigious organization for 4 years before joining Queen Rania Teacher Academy. Osama worked for 6 years with the Abu Dhabi Department of Education and Knowledge as the director of the school inspection. He managed the whole process of school inspection for both private and public schools. Before moving to Abu Dhabi, Dr. Osama worked as an educational specialist and head of monitoring and evaluation with several NGOs. And he worked as an associate professor of education at the Hashemite University in Jordan. Dr. Obadat also consulted and was a resource person for several local, regional, and international organizations, such as the World Bank, UNICEF, EDT, and Ministries of Education in Saudi Arabia, Oman, Rwanda, and Iraq. He brings more than 25 years of experience in education quality, policy, evaluation, and reform, among other areas. Dr. Osama received his doctorate in international and development education from the University of Pittsburgh in 2003, and a certificate in evaluation practices from George Washington University, as well as an executive leadership certificate from INS EAD Business School. Dr. Osama, it is a pleasure having you here. The mic is yours, and I will inform you 5 minutes before the given time is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for the introduction. I didn't know I have done all of this, and so thank you for sharing my bio to remind me of all the places and the great jobs that I have done over the past 25 years. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور غسان عواد المحترم رئيس الجامعة أبو ظبي شريكنا الاستراتيجي في هذا الندوة، وسعادة الأستاذ مهر المطيوعي المحترمة طبعا، وزملاء الأكارم الدكتور محمد فتيحة على رأسهم، وشكرا دائما على تنظيم هذا الإيفنت. Thank you again. I will switch to English if you don't mind, because I saw some of the audience said that they thought that it is going to be English, so my opening remarks will be in English. Thank you again, Abu Dhabi University, for organizing this event. our distinguished audience. It's a great pleasure to be with you today in this important and timely forum, which I hope will add to the ongoing conversation, debate, and understanding of artificial intelligence in education. On behalf of Queen Rania Teacher Academy, QRTA, we are delighted to partner with Abu Dhabi University and the UNESCO Regional Center for Education Planning for the 4th year in a row in this forum, and we are keen to strengthen this partnership even more. First of all, I'm not an expert in AI, and I tried not to use ChatGPT to write my speech. But what I can tell you is that I personally, and as an institution, we believe in the power of using technology and AI to improve education. I do believe that despite what we know so far about AI, we are still uncertain about how it will impact education, how it will influence and change teaching and learning, and how it might change the roles of teachers in the future. Of course, we have some evidences, we start to see some emerging trends, but we are still unsure about some of the aspects. AI has created, as we all agree, it has created all opportunities for policymakers and practitioners to improve education, specifically teacher training, but it also created some challenges. Just to remind you that during COVID-19 pandemic, technology created a gap between countries or education systems or teachers. And I'm afraid that AI will also widen this gap if we don't do enough about it in terms of policies, frameworks, regulations, infrastructures, and more importantly, preparation of end users. And in the education system, I mean preparing teachers for the utilization and integration of AI in education. AI, of course, can support education systems, schools, or teachers in so many ways. Globally, if we look globally, teacher shortage is a major challenge that faces several education systems around the world. As most of you know, the most recent UNESCO report on teachers revealed an urgent need for 44 million primary and secondary teachers worldwide by 2030, which necessitates innovative solutions. The question is, can we place robots or AI-empowered system in the classroom to cover this shortage? At the school and classroom levels, one of the main challenges that prohibit students using their full potential is the one-size-fits-all teaching. AI can and will bring value to the personalization of learning, which will maximize the use of students' full potential and discovery of multiple intelligences and enhance engagement and their performance. AI can also automate many of the administrative task duties, which allow teachers to focus more on learning or instruction time. As we know, I mean, most of the classes are 45 minutes, but the real focus on instructional time is no more than 25 minutes on most of the classes, because teachers had to do other administrative work as well during the day or even inside the classroom. It also has implications, AI also has implications for teacher preparation programs. It is imperative to integrate AI topics in the teacher training programs. Teachers need to gain new skills in AI. There should be a minimum level of expected technical competences that will, for example, enable teachers to evaluate the different AI tools. And of course, here comes, as Dr. Ghassan said, the ethical implications and the ethical side of using AI in the classroom. And as a representative of a teacher training institution, Queen Rania Teacher Academy, I want to share with you some of the recommendations from the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on the teaching profession, which I see AI can and should play an immediate role in acting on them. There were more than 59 recommendations that were released back in February of this year. But I have selected some of them that I see they are key recommendations, and I see immediate solution where AI can also contribute to them. One of the recommendations is about the initial teacher training and the continuous professional development and the need to be transformed to prepare teachers to be leaders in a new learning environment in a new roles. Also, teacher training should prepare teachers to provide a learner-centered quality education that is holistic, transformative, inclusive, effective, and relevant. Also, one of the recommendations is that digital revolution and artificial intelligence must be pedagogically harnessed by teachers and integrated through active and human-centered teaching and learning methods and practices. Technological learning practices should be supplemented by special attention to developing the social and emotional learning of learners. So if we look closely at this sample recommendation, we will find that AI can play an instrumental role in achieving them in initial teacher training, in service training, and continuous professional development, in improving quality and student outcomes and others as well. At QRTA, through our strategic planning and foresight, we have successfully introduced AI technologies into our programs and courses, empowering our educators and students with cutting-edge tools that enrich the learning experience. By adapting our teaching methods and curriculum to align with technological advancement, we are preparing our students to thrive in a digital age. We use and have introduced different AI tools in our programs, our operations, and daily tasks. As we look to the future, QRTA remains committed to pushing the boundaries of AI in education. Our dedication to innovation and continuous improvement will ensure that our students are equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate and excel in a technology-driven world. And in conclusion, I can say that the integration of AI in education is not just a choice, it's a necessity. مع أطيب التمنيات لكم منتدى ناجح والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Osama. This was very informative. And so, ladies and gentlemen, before starting our program and for a successful engagement, kindly be informed of the following guidelines and ensure that you comply with them. First of all, the comments during the sessions, you can write your comments in the chat box as you've been doing. Q&A or raise hand options, you can use them in Zoom to ask any questions related to the topic, and the presenters will answer the questions accordingly. And then I can see a lot of people were asking about this certificate of attendance. Please access the ADU Learn platform, which Dr. Ftaiha has mentioned the link in the chat box to download your certificate. Certificates will be available tomorrow morning, and the ADU Learn platform link will be shared again via chat. To start our forum, it is an honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Hamad Adabi. Dr. Hamad is the Vice Chancellor for Financial and Administrative Affairs at Abu Dhabi University, with over 20 years of leadership experience in higher education and technology in the UK and the UAE. Before this, he worked at the Higher Colleges of Technology in the UAE for nearly 16 years, serving as Executive Dean of Computer Science and Applied Communications, where he significantly increased student enrollment and secured international accreditation for 2 programs. He also introduced a bachelor's in archiving and a master of information systems management. Dr. Adabi holds a master's and a PhD from Brunel University, UK, and has published extensively in educational technology. Dr. Hamad will talk about empowering educators, AI tools for teacher support. Dr. Hamad, it is a pleasure. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Ftaiha, for inviting me, Your Excellencies, and who made it easy for me to talk about AI now with all those great ideas where it can be used to personalize learning, to support faculty with and teachers with grading and all the other things. So hopefully I will touch on those different aspects. So let me just share my screen and then get into our presentation. So thank you again for this amazing session, and I hope you all will find it informative and useful. So to get into AI, I think we need to start now thinking that AI will become an integral part of student learning. It's not something that we should be spending all the time getting worried about it. Of course, there are challenges, and we have to be mindful of those challenges. We have to have a strategy and plan and a different way of dealing with those challenges. But AI will be a someone that live with the student and live with the teachers and will be there to provide support when needed. I just want to show you a video before I start. Just I need to switch to make sure the audio will come better. So I need to optimize this for audio, optimize screen for video. I'll do that, yeah. Now, look at this video. You know Salman Khan, who is the Khan Academy founder, and he is in this video. And the new release of ChatGPT 4.0, not 4.0. 4.0 we had for a long time, but this is 4.0, brings many new important things that will transform education to do. And let's listen to this.
Hi, my name is Sal Khan. I'm the founder of Khan Academy, and I'm also the author of a new book about artificial intelligence in education called Brave New Words. And OpenAI invited myself and my son Imran here to try out some of their new technology. And so we're curious about how good it might be at tutoring someone in math on Khan Academy. So let's get it started. It's loading up. All right, make sure it can see our screen.
Actually, in this format,
Hello there.
I can't.
I'm here with my son, and I'd love you to tutor him on this math problem, but don't give him the answer. You can ask questions and nudge him in the right direction, but I really want to make sure he understands it himself. And he's here in the room, so you can talk to him directly.
Of course, I'd be happy to help. Let's look at the problem together. Can you first identify which sides of the triangle are the opposite, adjacent, and hypotenuse relative to angle alpha?
All right, so I'm pretty sure this is the angle alpha right here, right?
Perfect. That's correct. Now, looking at the triangle, which side do you think is the hypotenuse?
Really,
Remember the hypotenuse?
I'm not totally sure. I think it might be this one, but I really am not sure. This side AC.
You're close. Actually, side AC is called the adjacent side to the angle alpha. The hypotenuse is the longest side of a right triangle and is directly opposite the right angle. Can you find which one is the hypotenuse?
Oh, okay, I see. So I think the hypotenuse is this really long side from A to B. Would that be correct?
Exactly. Well done. Now that you've identified the hypotenuse, can you identify which side is the opposite side to angle alpha?
Okay, well, I mean, you told me earlier that this was the adjacent side, and I know that's the hypotenuse, so I'm guessing that this side, BC, is the opposite side.
Great deduction. That's absolutely correct. Now that you've identified all.
Yeah,
Hi,
you can see now how things are changing. I have to say this one is not released yet. They are released to small group of people to test it, but it's there. The technology is there, everything is there, and will be released very, very soon to everyone. So how can this AI or generative AI help us with content creation? We need to help the faculty with a number of things, and we also need to help the student to advance their learning. And one of the things that take too much of our time is the content creation, then the grading, then the advising, those different aspects of that. So how it can help with content creation. Before we get into that, one critical tool or skill that people should have to be able to use AI properly is prompt engineering. AI is conversational, and if you do not make your question or conversation clear, then you may get the wrong answer. Like if you ask me a question that's not clear, I may give you something not expected from me. And this is why we need to structure our conversation. We just have this short video we created to talk about that.
Welcome to our tutorial on how to craft effective prompts for ChatGPT or Bard. Whether you're seeking help on a specific task looking to learn something new, or solving a complex problem, the way you communicate with AI can make a big difference in the kind of response you receive. Let's dive into the components that make a prompt clear, focused, and actionable. Clarity. The cornerstone of an effective prompt is clarity. You should state exactly what you're asking for without leaving room for interpretation. For instance, instead of saying, "I need help with my project," specify, "I need statistics for renewable energy usage in Europe for my project." Specificity. Be precise about what you need. This helps the AI provide a targeted response. Instead of a broad request like, "Tell me about the solar system," try, "Provide the orbital period of each planet in the solar system." Brevity. Keep it concise. Stick to the essential points without adding fluff. A lengthy explanation can be distracting. Keep your prompt focused to get a direct answer. Context. Including relevant background can enhance the response's relevance. If you're writing a children's book and need ideas, mention that so the suggestions are age-appropriate. For example, suggest plot ideas for a children's book about friendship. Purpose. What's your end goal? Understanding the why behind your request guides the direction of the AI's response. Is it for learning, creating, decision-making? Make sure the purpose is evident. Tone. The tone of the response should align with your needs, be it professional for a business email or casual for a social media post. Indicate your preferred tone to get a response that fits your situation. Open/closed-endedness. Do you need a variety of ideas, or is there a specific answer you're looking for? Clarify whether you want an open-ended exploration or a precise answer. For example, list potential causes of climate change versus what is the leading cause of climate change? Prioritization. If your prompt has multiple parts, order them by importance. This ensures that the most critical aspects are addressed first, like 1. Provide the current market share of electric vehicles. 2. Then discuss future growth trends. Actionable. Your prompt should lead to a response that prompts action or outlines clear next steps, such as, "How do I start a vegetable garden in a small space?" And there you have it, the building blocks of an effective.
Yes, so those components of a prompt is important. It's a communication. Student need and we need to communicate better. And the better we communicate with ourselves or with machines will give us the best result to do. At ADU, what we did, we integrated OpenAI backend, which what they call it, the APIs, into a solution that we created at ADU. The idea behind it helped the faculty and student with their learning. So basically, when you get into the system, this is, for example, a course on Java programming to do, the faculty can come into the system and create a new topic and describe the learning outcome of that topic or the content of that topic. If you give learning outcome, you get a better result, and say generate. So it goes and generate for you multiple things. One is a lesson plan advising the teacher or the faculty how better to teach, for example, for loop here by making group or aligning it with the industry, the time allocated to each part, and so on. And gives also the content for the student with easy explanation, and then provide a lab tutorial with the step-by-step so they can create a Java program using for loop and suggest 3 questions for the student. And this all goes into the system, and the student can now provide answer for these questions and do things like that. That's one thing. The other thing, we integrated also something called Synthesia. There are many tools, I'll be talking about them. Synthesia, one of it. Synthesia has an AI as well. So you can go there and describe the learning outcome, the group and level of the student you want, and it will create a video for that lesson that you can modify, edit, do whatever you want to do with it. And it's really amazing tool. I just jump in it quickly. So you start creating those slides and you can modify it, you edit, select instead of this lady, I'm looking for someone more older person because I want them to get maybe that feeling he's more wise. And then and I mixed with gender and make sure there's male, female in that one. The accent and the text I edit. If I don't like the text, I add my own slide of pictures to this one. And now my video is just ready. You get something like this.
Hello, fellow students. Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of project management, specifically focusing on change management. Have you ever wondered how businesses adapt to new situations or changes? That's where change management comes into play. It's a structured approach for ensuring that changes are thoroughly and smoothly implemented, and that the lasting benefits of change are achieved. Let's start with understanding why
So
change
as you can
management...
see, it changes those slides. I add myself, my own content, or maybe use whatever it's already created. You have the flexibility to edit it and make it looks the way to do. We're also using another tool called Beyond, which create a storytelling type of content, which again, amazing, and students love storytelling, and with its relate to the subject, to them, to their environment, they like it. So you can create something like this.
Hey, have you heard about generative AI in education?
Yes, I have. It's an exciting development that can revolutionize the way we learn.
Definitely. Did you know that generative AI can create personalized learning experiences?
Yes, it can customize learning materials based on an individual's learning style, pace,
So you
and
can change the language, you make it speak any other language if you like, and you can do a lot of this to do. Let me
and students' missions to analyze.
Okay, sorry.
Absolutely.
I need to stop this one because sometimes this takes lots of time. There are so many resources around. I would recommend this video.
How can
We will
teachers use
explain
ChatGPT?
50 different ways that faculty can use to create content, motivate student, personalize learning, do rubric, do course syllabi, and so many things. And there are 50 different ways. It's one of the best videos. I'm not going
to
through it
save
because
time.
of 21 minutes, but we'll make this presentation available to you and you can go through it yourself.
How can teachers...
The next thing, moving into the personalized learning. What we have looked at here, as you know, ChatGPT can help, can be configured. Let me go back to that slide. I think there's something going to, you can first configure ChatGPT with specific information about you. So the student can go there and customize ChatGPT and can write here things that he or she, it's a more personalized to him. For example, I'm not good with math, or I need support with this. I learn better if you give me a video. I do think I like that. And with advice of faculty, you can customize all these things. And once you customize it, ChatGPT now, every answer it gives you, it will give it to you specific to that. We took this one further and we integrated it into our system where we can, the system automatically learn from the student answers to the questions and find out what are the areas that he or she will have. So you can customize ChatGPT to make it tailored to you and your need, so the responses you get will be more specific to what you want to do. Now, the app is an amazing tool. If you download ChatGPT app on your phone, there are thousands of it. Most of them are not really good. Look for the one that says official app by OpenAI. This is the one that you need to look at it. The others, they use OpenAI in the back end and they have their own thing to do it. And this app has endless opportunities for the student learning. And let's give you one example. If you go into a lab and you find some equipments there and you want to know what that equipment is good for, or there are some tools with the student, and want the student to start exploring those tools and finding what they are, how they can be used, how they relate to their course. And you can just open the camera and point to that one, and it will give you some ideas. I did one simple thing. I took this photo of 2 bottles of waters on my table, and I said, give me physics experiments that I can do with this. And it looked at it and started suggesting to me some physics experiment that I can use, a reflection of light, I empty one and leave one and do certain, and give me the step by step to do that. I can now ask more questions about this one and ask for another experiment and look at what law of physics this one is using, and ask for questions, whatever I want to do. So you just ignite the student and get them to start thinking of what they can do with this tool. The next one is lecture and presentation. Last on Tuesday, we had amazing meeting with the Minister of Economy in the UAE, and we had a visit to Gracia Group, and we looking at collaboration. We will start an academy related to entrepreneurship and things like that. And he gave an amazing presentation of what work the ministry is doing and clustering those different areas in agriculture and coming with a really amazing plan. So I took photos of that picture, and at the end, every photo I take, I said, summarize it, explain it to me, and it goes explain it. Very rich slides, I have to say. And at the end, I said, give me a list of summary of the whole presentation, gave me a full summary. I said, how ADU faculty can contribute to this strategy, what research areas we should focus on it, and give me a plan of those research areas to do. So this camera in your hand, it becomes amazing tool. A simple example here, people hear about quantum computing and quantum mechanics and they get confused. I just took this picture of a YouTube video by MIT professor who was explaining quantum computing, quantum mechanics, and putting quantum equations there. I just took that one and say, explain it to me, and was able to get all those different components and provide me with an explanation that I can relate to. I can say now rewrite it for grade 7 student. Okay, it will tone it down, simplify it, and do. I'll say now, give me what are research areas now, taking it to the higher level that can be done. And it's endless of opportunities for learning that we cannot just ignore. Conversation, one of the amazing things, you saw the Khan Academy one, but I'll show you one I recorded myself. So I went into this short conversation with the. Hello, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, thank you. How about you?
Great. Okay, I want you to help me with time management. I receive so many emails every day, and it consumes lots of my time.
Email overload can be really challenging. One approach is to set specific times during the day to check and respond to emails, instead of doing it continuously. Do you use any tools or strategies currently to manage your emails?
No. Give me some best strategies that I can use.
Sure. Here are a few strategies you can try. 1, set specific times. Allocate certain times of the day for checking emails, like first thing in the morning, after lunch, and before the end of the workday. 2, use filters and labels. Set up filters to automatically categorize
So
and
it went
prioritize
on and
emails.
explaining it to me. The good thing, if I open the app, Hello, how are you feeling today? All these explanations written there to do. New news, you can ask now any question about new news. It's no more the old one. It's now connected to the internet. It will go and find you the latest thing about the news. And then, as you said, you can summarize even sound and video and things like that. And also the assessment side of it, it can help you with assessment and providing feedback. I'll just have lots of slides. I'll jump into this and then we'll get to that. Now, how you can create your custom AI? What if I have information that I want to train ChatGPT on it, and I want to ChatGPT to answer from my information? So, for example, I'm teaching Java programming. I want ChatGPT to give student answers from my content, not from the general content, because I tailored it to the culture, to the level, to things like that. And if it doesn't find it in my system material, it can go to the general ChatGPT trained material. Or we have policies and procedures that we want to, for our organization, we want to train ChatGPT on it so it can answer from those policy and procedures to do, and endless application for that one. Now it's very simple. It's not that complicated. They launched something called last, I think, 6 months, called Explore GPT. And Explore GPT is like the Apple App Store or Google Play Store, where people now started creating versions of ChatGPT for specific things. Like, for example, publishers connected their databases and publication databases to AI, and AI can now find you references and resources from authentic publications to do. And you will see now banks will come here, people will be selling and buying and doing all the things through those different apps. And one of it, you can create your own one. And here, I'll show you a quick one. I went and created one for my students. And when you create one, you give it some configuration, you give it a name, of course, and then you give a description. You can give it some instructions, like saying, oh, the student asked these questions, don't give him the answers, ask another question to help the student get the answer. You can do all those instructions. Do you want to give them code as well, or just give them text? You want to generate images, you do all those things. And then once you do that, you upload your files. You can also link it to your student information system. If you have APIs, and then also it will get into the student data and provide things specific to student, what courses they already completed or areas that they had some challenges in it, and become more customized, personalized, aware of that student. And now if the student come and ask a question here, like I say, what is the inheritance, I think, or I say, what are the topics, okay, what are the topics discussed in this course? I uploaded my slides there. Now it will go and look at my slides and see these are the topics being discussed in this course. This become a ChatGPT specific for my course, but also linked to the whole ChatGPT ability. And this, nothing, I did no coding or anything to create this one. I just created, loaded material, I put little instructions, and I can also do some more things. And now it's ready to give my student authentic answer. If I connect to the student system, I will be able to track the student progress and what he is doing, because every chat here will be connected there. So that's, you can create those customized ChatGPT versions for your student. Okay, so let's jump into this one again. This about personal learning.
Hey, I'm having trouble studying effectively and getting good grades. Do you have any tips?
Sure thing. The first step is to create a study schedule. This will help you stay organized and ensure that you're dedicating enough time to each subject.
Okay, that makes sense. But how do I know what to study?
Start by reviewing your class notes and textbooks. Look for key
In
concepts and
this
information.
Vyond, you can create unlimited of it. I'll show you just how to create one of this Vyond storytelling or scenario-based sort of videos. And if you go to Vyond, and there are so many different accounts you can use, and when you go there and click on create, of course you can create something from scratch, but there is AI here. If you click on AI and you just describe what you want to do, if you don't have a description, look for some suggestions, and he'll just do this for you. So you get this suggestion: we need a straight A student sharing valuable study tips on. I think very useful. You can look at different templates here that you can use for that one, and then you just jump and say create the video. Let's use that. It is now. It will go and build this video. Of course, I can edit the entire video and change the text, change the picture or avatar being used, add my own slides or images or things like that if I need, and make the story maybe more appealing to the student. And then I have the video there to do. Of course, I can edit everything from here. I'll do that. So this video is done, and it will explain from student who is a student how they study and what the tips they give to other students.
Hey, guys! I'm a straight A student, and I'm here to share some study tips and strategies that have helped me ace my exams.
And you can edit it from here. The way it's designed is beautifully. It's like PowerPoint presentation, but each one is a scene, and you can make the actor move easily. Say, move from here to there, will move, wave your hand, you make them sit, you make them smile, you make them dance, you make them do anything you want to do. And you have so many scenes you can add in the background. You can take your own university, college, school, classroom pictures and put it there, so you relate it and personalize. And then you will have an amazing video there. I'll show you just one example of the other tools we use. Now, sometimes the faculty wanted his picture to be there, but we do not want to record it and spend the time and make a mistake and repeat it. What you can do now with the tools like Hygiene, there is something called DID, there is Synthesia and other, you can simply create that video. You just need an image of you or a 1 minute video of you. Now, once you have that one in Hygiene, for example, you can use the Studio, AI Studio, and in AI Studio, you just click on create video. You select, is it for phone, then it comes here. Now you can upload, you look at the photo avatar, you can upload your photo, or you generate one using AI. Nowadays, I generate those photos using AI, say, give me a student, media student who look like this, look like that, and then it will generate the image. I come and put the text there, whatever text I wanted to say, and then it will start talking and saying what I wanted to say. And then I'll have a video. Look at this one, for example, we created for the same initiative. And it will just...
Are you ready to transform your business idea into a reality?
And later, if you want to take it more, you can get it into Canva. Canva and edit it. There's so many video editing tools, but the simplest one for faculty is Canva. It's easy, doesn't require that lots of skills to do that, and you can edit it and add your own stuff. Google has some tools that also generate PowerPoint slides from that one. Now we also use other other integration tools, because you create a product and sorry, I have 1,000 people here, and it's the education. Yes, yeah. When I finish, I can. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. So you maybe want to automate the whole process. You want faculty create the content and push it to the students, student answer it. When the student play with it, the data get captures and added to system. So there are some integration tools that we're using. I don't want to get you into all those automation tools. But now back to what Professor Ghassan said, the ethics is critical, and His Excellency Osama and Her Excellency Mahra, the ethics is critical and important. And from teachers and faculty, they need to make sure this content generated by AI before it pushed to the student are aligned to the standards, accreditation, or school system, American system, British, whatever is that one, and that you can feed this information to the system, and then you do some check if you want to. You can get AI to analyze AI input and tell you feedback on its own input, and it does well in that as well. You need to ensure it is not really biased, and sometimes biased because the context was not clear, and it can cause some issues to do that. So you need to check that one. You need to ensure you don't publish student data. If you're sending some student data for analytical purpose, you change those numbers to dummy numbers, and with integration, you can easily do that with the IT, and then get it processed, and then get it back and link it back to yours, so you don't, and names and IDs and details like that. Look at the quality and accuracy. Sometimes it makes mistakes, and that's expected, and glad it still makes mistakes. That make us important that we go and verify it and check. But in future, if it's 100% accurate, we'll start thinking what we will do next. So we should expect it to make mistake, and we should check that quality and of it. There is a cost associated. I like what His Excellency Osama said. This may expand that digital divide, because these tools are not free, but there are ways around it to do that. I'll be showing you a way to run ChatGPT without even internet. You will not believe it. Yes, you can run it without even internet to have. But there is a way to do that, and we need to think of those strategies and develop it further to make it more accessible to people. The context and culture we spoke about, feedback and evaluation, we should continue. Now I move into the automated graded. I think I still have 14 minutes. I'll rush into that one. And as Her Excellency Mahra said, faculty has piles of files and grade, and they have to grade it. These are handwritten, some of it also digital. If you go Blackboard, and you'll find open-ended questions, many of it you need to go through it yourself one by one and grade it. Will ChatGPT provide us with some support, or OpenAI or generative AI provide us with such a support? The answer, yes. What we did in our system, we integrated OpenAI API in the system. So now if you give student an assignment, I can add so many assignments. I just jump to this one, to the one I want to show you. And assume here, I asked the student to answer one of these questions, and the student went in and submitted his answer to this one. It's just writing a Java code to add two numbers, and it should calculate those different things. So what will happen, the student will come in, will add the answers. We made sure that they cannot copy paste, and they have to type it. And we also, when we create the questions, we ask ChatGPT or OpenAI to generate a model answer and compare the model answer with the student answer, and give a feedback on the percentage of similarity between the two. So that's looking at the integrated side. But this is an amazing learning and feedback tool. So once the student add his or her answers, automatically in few second, maximum a minute, he will get a very detailed feedback through his Microsoft Teams, through email, and into the system. And the feedback will go through his or her answers, the questions being asked, the rubric, and provide him with details. I cannot give this detailed feedback to every student, and it is available for him 24 hours. Of course, this is not the final grade I'm going to use. The faculty can come here, review this feedback, look at the student one, and put the final grade. We need the faculty, the teacher, to be always in the driving seat to do, but things will develop, and we need to make sure we're ready for the next step in this. So this is in terms of feedback. Now, can it grade written feedback? We moved into written exams, so my students have to do coding on a piece of paper because I want to test their logic, not in really the syntax and the digital thing. I want them to be able to structure the solution there. So how can I do that? He gave me a piece of paper. Well, here's an example. This is my student answer sheet. This is one student answer. I just took a picture. There are 3 questions here, and I said, grade it. And it will go and read it and give grade and detect some grade here and explain why it's been detected. I could have been giving it more details and rubric, so it will become more aligned with what I need. But that you can do. Of course, there are challenges with this one. Some student will write on part of the page here and another question in the back, and then give you an arrow, say go back here, which is challenging. But at least it can help with some of that. And maybe need to train the student to structure their answers better way. So it's also it can grade written, handwritten answers. And it's very accurate in reading that text. Of course, you need to verify and look at it. Now, analyzing course performance. Some people saying, I saw some posts saying ChatGPT is good in generating text, but it's not good on predictions and analysis. Yes, if you're using just the general ChatGPT or generative AI, but if you use the right plugins connected to it, it can be really very accurate, because what it does, it creates Python codes and other codes and a machine language model, and it uses those to analyze, not using just only the trained data to do. So if you have your course grade of your student, again, remove the names, because you need to focus on the course assessment. You can come and drop it, and you need to use ChatGPT 4, not 3.5 or 3. You need, or using that ChatGPT 4.0, the new one came. You just drop the file. It has to be in an Excel format or comma separated. With the first row is only the row of data, and you can see it's now writing Python code. I like to show the code because usually it doesn't show. You need to click somewhere, because I know Python. I can verify if the steps are right or wrong. So it goes through those steps and start doing analyzing the student grade and give me some interpretation and give me also actions that I need to take to improve the course. And maybe most students are not doing well in quiz 1 or learning outcome 1 or learning outcome 2, and then maybe we need to review the content and do some improvement in that, and give you the chance and give you the other thing. So for the teachers, it's a great tool to help them get in depth of their course analysis. We have developed a system. We made it open to the community and been gone through so many improvements, which automate all these things. And you now, I think you log into learn.edu.ac. That's the system we have there, and you can get and explore many of the things.
We are
Okay.
excited to.
So this system, if we just go quickly here, I think I did a just quick video on this one without that. So you go into my courses, usually you register in a course. I'll just show you this course. It's a certificate we're running for all our faculty. It has 7 modules from student curriculum development to student engagement to personalized learning to so many things. In that certificate, we've finished almost part of it, and you go there and say create for me a topic. It will go and do a video there, automatic. Will create you'll have your learner list. You'll get a flashcard with the key concept in that topic or learning outcome. You click on it, you get the answers, and you move. This is just summarizing for the student the content to do. This is done automatic by just selecting the learning outcome. There is a game here where the student compete with each other by asking questions, and other group will answer the question. The system grade them and rate those who are higher. The higher can ask questions. It's a very interesting, and I use it a lot in my course, and I find student, it's good for me to know what question the student want to ask. And then you can put some discussion topics. And this discussion topic, the good thing about it, the student can contribute here and you can see, but the good thing about it, AI will summarize it for me and say, these are the key things in that discussion. I will create also a video for me to explain that these areas that been discussed in this forum is not just a text thrown away. And then we have also quizzes that will be automatically created. Of course, you can edit it, change it, add image to it. We'll give you some statistics on how many people answer this question correctly. We have again the assignment that the student can answer, and then they will get automatic feedback, and where the submissions, if a student submitted their assignment, for each assignment they will get the student answer, also the feedback from AI, automatic and suggested grade. So all these things, you get all of it by just specifying the learning outcome you want or the course topic, and all this created for you. Of course, you can now add your own videos, you can add your other things you want to do into the course. So this system is available for you to use. The one I like here also, we added a section where the learners can share their learning. And in this certificate, we can see we have so many people in the course, and each one came with many things. So they can post a picture, a video of their learning, and others can rate it by thumb up, thumb down. It's like becoming LinkedIn and it's really good because people start sharing what they find. And here, many of the faculty find so many great tools that I wasn't aware of it myself, and they shared it with everyone, and now people start exploring it and using it. And it becomes a place, it's like the discussion board in traditional learning our system, but this is more visual with graphics, with video, with some very nice thing to do. So this system is available, and we're willing to collaborate with anyone who would like to expand it, improve it, and make it better and better to do. There is a cost behind it because you're using the OpenAI API at the back end, so we're paying for this. So we need to look at the way we can scale it and give it to everyone. I said you can run this on your computer without internet. And there's something called large learning model. And the large learning model is a model of ChatGPT or GPT trained on certain data, most of it on a huge amount of data that you can download and you run on your computer. You don't need anything else. Can it do everything? It can do many great things. And one of the tools you can do, most of the things you want to do, you can do here, I think, with this LLM. So one of it called Jan, like January, Jan.ai. Jan.ai, if you go there and download it, you need to select the model you need to do. Let me take you through this one. This is a library of so many models others people created. For example, the first one is 7 billion parameter, and this one 8 billion parameters, and some of it 200 billion parameters. And if you want to use any model, you use it. You can read about it. There is a community who created this model, and they share what they created, and they collaborate together to create it. So you can look at each model and what it does. Some of it for specific things, some of it for general purpose, and these are all there. You just download it once, you run it. Of course, you need to download the update later. This one, 200K model, and is 34 billion parameters. And you can come here and ask anything you do with ChatGPT. Give me 10 ideas to engage student, for example, okay? And it will give you that answer. You can build your own model for your own specific data. That's something else we'll discuss later. But there's so many models are already there, which you can just connect to and use. And this you can create a server in your school, and they give you a website, an API, and everyone in the school will be able to use it. It needs strong machine, like my machine can run 8 billions model, can run 12 billion models, but will be very slow because this is a Mac Air machine. But if I have a better machine server, I can put all this on, connect it to everyone, and everyone will use it. And the good thing with this, your data is in your hand. It's not going to the internet to someone else. You worried what will happen with that data. It is within your hand to do. Okay.
Dr. Hamad?
Sorry.
I just want to let you know that there are a bunch of questions in the Q&A section. A lot of people are interested to know a
Yeah,
little more about
I need only 5 minutes, then we'll have 10 minutes for questions.
Okay,
Sure. Okay. There's other one, LM Studio, similar to Jan. You can go through it. And this is why you need it, and security and access and everything we need. Now we'll get into the research. ChatGPT is not great. The data it's trained on is not great for research, especially the citation. So the solution for that one, you have two options. One is use one of the GPT Explorer that from a publisher that connected to their system, or you find other tools. And I'll show you one of the tools we use called Scite. And Scite is GPT system. It's connected to the publisher. So this people has agreement with the publisher and created digital link and digitize all the publisher. And now if you go into Scite, you get something look like ChatGPT, and you can start asking questions. I'll just ignore this video. Here is this. So you get something looks like ChatGPT, and you have a hypothesis you want to ask. If I eat tomatoes, I'll be smarter, for example. Then you can put that question there. It will go and find you. Here is it. So you can I ask a question here, for example, do faculty and student have positive experience with AI grading student open-ended questions? I just put that question, it went and created this summary for me. This is the literature review. As a human, I will get access to limited publication. I have limited ability to read those publications, but this one will go to the whole database and you'll find me the finding. It's my responsibility to verify it and check and do that. And the good thing, if you click on any citation written there, it'll give you exactly what was that citation. Sometimes when you cite something, people cited it, but they disagree with that thing. Here you will find out if they agree or disagree. So it gives you more depth into that one. I am almost done, and we will get, and you go into depth in this citation. It can give you also a map of those different citation to do, and let's ignore this one. And we also created many apps for our student that uses AI in the back end. So you have a hiring system that help with that. We have so many systems in place that uses AI in the back end to support the process or learning and other things. And these are available for all our staff.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad. There are a bunch of questions. Yeah, it's okay. There are a bunch of questions who people want to know a little bit more about some of the AI tools that you've showed. If you could just open the Q&A section.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, let me stop sharing. Just let me, I'm done with mine.
Okay, yeah. So after this, we can move on to the next section.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a question here. Said by Mr. Sayed, AI can significantly impact society by enhancing efficiencies across various sectors. Oh, okay, he's just mentioning a comment. Someone asked which software was used to generate the illustrations in the demo.
Yeah, I mentioned those software. They are in the presentation. I will share with the link with you in the presentation, and you can discuss it. They can look at it, and if they need any help, they can send me a message on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hamad. This was a really informative session, and I'm sure all of our attendees really helped understood this. Yeah, so for now, our second session will be about teaching with generative AI. So what do teachers need for effective Gen AI integration, which will be presented by Dr. Sabah Al-Ali. Dr. Al-Ali is an educational researcher and a teacher trainer. She is also the associate editor of Studies in Technology, Enhanced Learning. Her doctoral research examined transitions and development in teaching and the roles technology plays during moments of change and instability. Dr. Al-Ali's research interests focus on generative artificial intelligence, higher education, and research literacy, RCEP expert. And so it's a pleasure, Dr. Sabah. The mic is yours, and I will inform you 5 minutes before the given time is about to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. I hope yes, you can hear me, I'm sure. I appreciate that. It's been great listening to the amazing, Dr. Hamad's presentation. Great tools to explore, definitely. And I'm so glad that he highlighted the recent GPT-4o updates. And it was also great listening to Professor Ghassan and Her Excellency Mahra and His Excellency Dr. Osama talking about the need for ethics to be considered and to train teachers as well. And this is what we will be, what I'll try to focus on today in my presentation. Okay, we've already gone through that. So I'm gonna, sadly, you can't all see your chat, but I can see it. So I would like you please to type in your answers in the chat box. I have a few questions for you because I want to know who's in the room. Okay, just 2 or 3 questions. First of all, I would like to know, can you please write in the chat box and let me know what your role is at the institution? It would be great to know what kind of attendees we have. Are we all teachers? Amazing. We have coordinators, we've got teachers, we've got managers, we've got teachers from different levels as well. We've got advisors, coordinators. Very nice. This is why this kind of environment, these kind of sessions, events are very important because they help us talk with each other. But okay, I'm going to try to be as loud as I can. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, great. I wish you could see them, but we've got a lot of teachers, coordinators, advisors, and managers. Amazing. Now, I would like to ask you one more question. When did you last use your cell phone? Now would be an acceptable answer as well. When did you last use your cell phone? 10 minutes ago, 1 second ago, now, yes, exactly, me too, now, a minute ago. Currently using it. Amazing. Okay, so I'd like to report to everyone that nobody in the answers said that they last used their phone last week or last month. Everyone has used it today, within the last hour or so, if not more. Amazing. Like, I'm going to give you a couple seconds ago. Okay. I'm going to give you a list of actions or a list of tasks, setting alarms, finding locations, ordering food, and taking pictures. How many of those tasks do you normally use your phone to do? Just give me a number. 3 of those tasks, 4, 1, 2, all of them, okay. Or all 4, all 4. 3, okay, interesting. I hope you don't use 3 ordering, okay. Some people don't order food on their phones. Not amazing, Nadia. I'm impressed. Okay, so most of us use our phones for all of these tasks. It will be interesting to see what you have to say in a few minutes. Okay. One last question. I want to see your ability to guess. Please don't cheat. لا تغشوا. Don't use ChatGPT or Google to find the answer for the next question. Okay. I want to see what your guesses are. When do you think cell phones were first released for the public? Yani the first cell phone was out for the public to use. People started buying cell phones, mobile phones. Very close, Fred. Sitting, that's too early. A lot of you have really great guesses. Shashmiya, spot on. Very close. Okay, better guesses than what I had. When I looked it up, I found that Dr. Deepa, amazing. When I first looked it up, a lot of you are saying 90s to early 2000s, which is what I thought. But when I looked it up, I found out that one of the early phones, I don't want to say first because I don't want to be wrong, but if I'm wrong, correct me, please. One of the early phones that came out was around 1984, which is like a long time ago, right? And when it was first invented, quote unquote, it was called a take-along phone, which is not really attractive if you ask me. So just let me say, okay. And it was a pioneering invention back then. This is how it looked. It was a pioneering invention, mainly because it can do 2 things, and only these 2 things. It can make phone calls and receive phone calls. That's it. You cannot save numbers, so it couldn't even, I don't know why I'm holding that. You can't save numbers, you can't send or receive messages, you can't take pictures, and you can't even play Snake. I mean, can you imagine? That's like, why would you need a phone? Imagine having this phone right now, imagine having that cell phone right now, and you want to go to Dubai to explore one of the latest restaurants or coffee shops, right? All you have is this phone and this paper map. How long will it take you to find the place, you think? To go to a place in Dubai with this phone and this paper map. Remember, there's no live location. There's no directions from Google Maps tell you go right, or you took this wrong exit, take the next exit, right? So for me, a lot of you are saying a long time, saying just like me. If I were to go from my home, I'm not very close. If I were to go from my home to Dubai, it would probably, without Google Maps, it'll probably take me 6 to 7 hours, and I'll end up in Oman, definitely not in Dubai. I'm going to take so many wrong exits. And if I had my father, like, hey, Amin, take this, it's not going to work out. We're going to end up with a fight and an Oman, right? So the reason I'm bringing this up is not to tell you how much I love Google Maps, or even all of this, is to tell you that cell phones have come a very, very, very long way, right? And when they first came out, they were kind of useless to many people. I mean, I don't like to take and receive phone calls, but we use phones for so many other features, right? But they've come a very long way. And when they first came out, they seemed not as useful for teachers or for learners or for education in general. But they were able to change and develop to be essential to our life. Our whole lives right now are engineered around the fact that we have cell phones as our third arm, right? It has to be with us at all times. I mean, I'm surprised all of you said you used your phone within this last 30 minutes or an hour, right? So it's an essential part of our lives, despite how it started, right? And what's amazing is that it's not the only kind of cell phones are not the only technology that has showed us this kind of impact. We've got the internet. I got to tell you, it feels so bad to tell my niece that I am older than the internet, right? It's like, did you ride dinosaurs to school? So we've got the internet has made this similar impact, Google, YouTube, you name it. There are so many technologies that have made a drastic impact, okay? And when you look at these technologies, I like to call them game-changing technologies. I couldn't find a better name. I found that they have three very critical characteristics, okay, that made them sustainable, that made them last, and made them essential to our existence. Although we lived before them. There was a pre-Google, there was a pre-YouTube existence for humans, right? The first feature is that they change our lives a lot. Like with cell phones, they've changed the way we go to places, they changed the way we get information, the way we even communicate with each other, right? Back in the day, without cell phones, people would take months to communicate with their parents overseas and so on. Not only that, these game-changing technologies also change our understanding of different concepts and areas of our lives. So I'm looking to the side because I'm looking at the chat box. I'm not ignoring you guys. Okay, exactly, I don't know. So they change our understanding. One very silly example I thought of to show you as an example. If your manager right now or someone told you to send something ASAP, as soon as possible right now means a matter of seconds or minutes, if not like right now, right? But before cell phones came out and before the internet, ASAP meant days or weeks because it was not a possibility, right? So these game-changing technologies, number one, change our lives, change our understanding, and they also have the amazing ability to keep transforming, to keep changing and evolving. Okay, and I think this is the most critical feature of these technologies because they adapt and they transform to address the customer's needs to create a more user-friendly experience for the users. Let's go back to cell phones to give you an example. Right now, when we type, it's very easy. We have English, Arabic, autocorrect, prediction, even emojis. Back in the past, do you remember how we used to type on cell phones? I don't know how we did it, man. I don't know. I mean, it would take ages. If you are younger than this, I am jealous. But when we used to, if I wanted to type ADU educational forum, it would take me 5 minutes to type it like that. And if I have a mistake, it's good luck. I know we were geniuses, right, Flavia? We've really been through a lot. It's like we were the Flintstones using, those cards. And kids right now don't appreciate what they have, really. I don't know. So these technologies, the technologies that have these three features, have the ability to be sustainable, yeah? And they change a lot of our lives that we basically redefine our existence around them. And this is what I think generative AI is going to be, or it's already becoming. It's just another game-changing technology. And the reason I mention this is that we don't need to fear it. It's not something to be afraid of. When the internet actually first came out, a lot of people said, teachers, ma'a salama, goodbye. Give us just a few years and nobody's going to need teachers anymore. We have everything on the internet or we have everything on Google. But hello, we're still here, right? We have this event and conference just for us teachers, right? So generative AI is just a similar technology. It's just going to change a lot, but it's going to be here for us. It's going to be here for long. It already has changed our lives. And sorry, I'm kind of nervous a little bit. Dr. Hamad showed us a lot of great examples of how generative AI has changed a lot of what we do today. And it hasn't still changed our understanding of concept, but it's starting to question them. It's questioning our understanding of originality, what it means to be original, questioning our understanding of plagiarism, of assessment, of so many other concepts that are going to be redefined, I hope, very soon, eventually. And as we've seen from Dr. Hamad's presentation, they have the ability to keep changing and transforming and getting better at what they do. As everyone has said, generative AI right now is at the worst state it will ever be. It will only get better and better at what it does. And this is not just me saying this. A report last year in June 2023 by McKinsey, they had a report about the economic potential of generative AI. And I'll post the link for you in the chat box if you're interested. Here it is. They actually predicted that the generative AI right now is just the beginning and what it will be, and it will take us a very long time for us to realize the full potential behind it. So there's a lot for us to see, a lot more coming from it. And a similar report was issued early this year, and this is a really great report by a group of educators and experts from the Department for Education in the UK. One of them is my professor, Professor Don Passy, I had the privilege of attending one of his courses. He's a great researcher. This is the report if you want to read it. The link is in the chat box. They actually interviewed a lot of educators and experts, and they found that a lot of them, I think, that a generative AI is going to profoundly disrupt the sector. It's going to make a lot of changes. Okay. I want to see, before I move on, I want to see, do you agree with this statement or not? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down or yes or no if you agree that generative AI will profoundly disrupt the sector. In the chat box, please just let me see the room. I would really love to have a chat with those who say no. Do we agree with this statement that generative AI will profoundly change the sector of education? Aisha, if you can't access the links, or everyone, if you can't access the links, just I have my email at the end. Send me an email and I'll share the links with you. Hopefully, inshallah. Okay, amazing. So far, everyone agrees that generative AI, yes, Shadi, it has already disrupted the sector in so many ways. Okay, so if we all agree that generative AI is going to change a lot, Shadi, yes, I can see the chat box and I can see your questions, but not everyone can see it. Great. Okay, so if we all agree that it is going to change and disrupt the sector, I think the best way to move forward is to be proactive about our integration efforts, right? We can't just go with the flow, yalla, as we say in Arabic, ma'al khayl ya sha'ara, right? Just let it take us where it takes us. No, we need to be proactive. We need to redirect the flow in ways that makes the integration effective and meaningful and responsible, right? And this is why forums like this event is amazing, because it helps us open these sorry. Oh. Now generative AI won't be able to do that, right? Okay, fine. So these events and these forums helps us have these discussions to find effective ways to integrate these technologies in our classroom. But before I start talking about these integration methods, I've seen at the beginning of the session, honestly, I did not have this slide. I removed it, but then when I saw questions at the beginning, I added it again. A lot of you are saying, will generative AI replace teachers? Is it the end of us? So I think it's very important for us to start, to state this fact, okay? Generative AI, I strongly believe, generative AI cannot and will not eliminate the need for education, and it will definitely not replace good teachers, right? No way, no way. We've seen it before. They've said this a lot about cell phones. They've said it about the internet, about Google, about YouTube. When YouTube came out, remember? Ma'as-salama teachers. They always say ma'as-salama teachers. I don't know why. Okay, but we're here to stay. Don't worry. But despite that, it's very also important to realize that generative institutions and teachers that utilize generative AI effectively will outpace and probably replace those who don't. So if you want to be ahead of the game, you need to be proactive about your approach of generative AI integration as an institution and as individual teachers, right? So the next logical question, I hope we all agree so far, is how can we do that? Okay, so talk. So tell us how. It's complicated, right? The ecosystem of education has so many factors and so many elements and so many layers and levels to consider: students, curriculum, assessments, policymakers, the job market, teachers. But today I want to talk about one very important player or aspect: teachers. And I chose teachers not because I'm a teacher, but because I think teachers are one of the most important and critical players in any implementation initiative. And it's sometimes it can be annoying when a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times teachers are always kept until the last minute to be considered in implementation initiatives. But that's a problem because teachers are usually the frontline workers. They're the ones who make or break it. They are the essence of how these initiatives can succeed or not, right? So we need to consider teachers from the beginning. They need to be part of the policy. They need to be part of the initiative. We need to consider their needs when we're trying to think of ways to actively integrate these implementation initiatives. And this is what all of our speakers today have emphasized. Teachers need to be part of the picture, and we need to prepare and have our teachers ready for any integration of generative AI, okay? So I think this is, I don't know how long I have, how many minutes I have yet. Okay, I'm left. Okay, so based on my readings and based on the workshops and courses that I've given to teachers, training teachers on generative AI, and my experience with students integrating generative AI, so as a teacher myself, I think teachers will need four important things, right? I'm going to list them now briefly, and then we're going to talk about each one as you move on, elaborate, okay? First of all, teachers need technical training, okay? Second of all, they need pedagogical support. Third of all, they need assessment rebound. And finally, they need practice networks. When I start talking about technical training, it's important to note here that generative AI is kind of a little bit different from any other tool, okay, from any other technology we've used before in its technical sense. The reason I say that is because generative AI from the outside, it looks, oh my God, so easy. Even my niece can just type a question to ChatGPT and it will answer it, right? It will answer her. So it's very easy to use, but the problem behind that is that there is a lot happening behind the scenes of generative AI that you need to understand in order for you, sorry, my headphones are going down, in order for you to be able to get the most out of it. Being blind to the idea that generative AI does not use logic or reason. It does not think, as we say in Arabic, right? It does not think, it does not use common sense, and it does not understand language the way we do. When I read that, I did not believe it. I mean, I said, what? What do you mean it doesn't understand? ChatGPT sometimes understands me better than my sister does. And one time in a workshop, the lady said, ChatGPT understands me more than my husband does sometimes, right? But it has these limitations, and it won't make sense unless you understand how the technology works, how it operates, what does it do, right? So teachers need to understand how generative AI tools operate, and it doesn't have to be in a technical sense, in an engineering sense. There are ways to explain it in common sense that would make that any non-technical expert would understand. They also need to understand the limitations and red flags that come with generative AI, and that's very critical. They need to understand that the training data, which is the essence basically of generative AI, comes with a lot of inherited biases, limited diversity. So you're going to see a lot of, if you ask questions about Arabia or about Sharjah, for example, it won't have a lot of information about it because that's not available in the training data, right? Yes, Aisha, a lot of it. Copyright issues, there are some legal issues right now, and privacy concerns. Privacy concerns are a huge issue, and like Dr. Hamad pointed out, when you enter student data, that's a big thing that you need to be aware of. Like you need to make sure that you don't plug in any identifying student data. And if you're interested in reading more about it, this is a very interesting, am I muted? Sorry, no, I'm not. Aisha, I'm not muted, sorry, okay, thank you. But thank you for letting me know. This is a very good white paper published last month in February, I think, about privacy issues by Stanford Center, if you're interested in learning more about the privacy issues that come with generative AI. Okay, so teachers need to be aware of this and they need to be trained. Now, I saw today a lot of you are asking about opportunities to be trained. I mean, I think the burden is on the institution to give teachers tailored and customized training opportunities for them to learn about generative AI the way that they need to learn. But if you don't, as an individual teacher, there are these amazing publications that are published by the UNESCO, especially the last one. I'll give you the links to those in the chat box. Okay. Especially the last one, it was published last year. It talks about generative AI for educators and about education. So it's really well written and it helps a lot with understanding the basics of it. But if you want more technical terms about generative AI, this is a great course offered by Google. It's for free as well. I always offer free options and open access. Why should we pay? This is a great course offered by Google. It's for okay, thank you. Oh, that's very little time left. Okay. Sorry, I was caught off guard. Yes, this is a very great course for you to know the technical terms of it. Okay, so in addition to learning about how it operates, about the limitations and red flags, I also strongly believe teachers need to know how to effectively prompt generative AI. I mean, it looks like it's easy. You can ask it just any question, and Dr. Hamad, I think, pointed to how to do that in one way. There are different strategies to do that. But when you understand how it operates and you look at the different strategies to prompt ChatGPT or generative AI, any generative AI tool, you can find better ways. It will make the output better and the process more efficient and more valuable, right? But if you want to look for prompts for different ideas, this is a great bank. I'll put the link in the chat box, a great bank for teachers where they offer different prompts for you to consider, okay? And also finally, teachers need to learn how to critically examine generative AI content. I mean, the way generative AI content works and the way it produces that, I wish I could talk more about it, but I'm running out of time. it's a new skill. It's not like examining any other content we've seen online. It's not like having critical thinking skills that we've had before. This is a new level of critical examination that we need to get engaged in. And there is a great paper that talks about this that was published last month. I highly recommend you read it. It's in the chat box as well. It's open access and you can access it. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm rushing through this because I'm running out of time. The second thing teachers need is pedagogical support. Okay. And to talk about this, I think we need to ask ourselves 4 questions. First of all, how can we set up a generative AI friendly environment? As we've seen, the way we do our learning environments are not generative AI friendly. So if you ask a student to go write an essay about Sharjah, okay? If you give it, or about New York, go write an essay about New York and use generative AI, they are more encouraged to just copy and paste because you made it easy for them. So we need to set up our learning in ways that make it more productive and more responsible or more meaningful for them to use generative AI. And we also need to ask ourselves what kinds of and levels of learning allow for generative AI. And to talk about that, I'm making a great assumption here, a huge assumption. I'm saying that not all kinds or levels of learning allow for the effective integration of generative AI. What do I mean? Are we all familiar with this famous pyramid? If you can, yes, no? I'm sure you are. Yes, okay, great. It's Bloom's pyramid, Bloom's taxonomy. I mean, everyone knows about it because basically they've been drilling this. This is how we design our assessment. This is how we design our curriculum. So it's all about Bloom. And for those of you who are not familiar, it's basically a taxonomy to explain the different levels of cognitive engagement, right, with information. So the easiest, the least demanding is to remember, then understand is a little bit harder, then apply, then analyze and create. So we've been always programmed to believe creation is the most demanding task or most demanding thing for learners to engage in. And this is why when I was thinking about it, I realized this is exactly why generative AI shocked us to our core, because we thought that creation is something very demanding, very cognitively demanding. You can't just create like that. But generative AI literally creates just like that, right? So this is why I think we need to revisit Bloom's pyramid and we need to prioritize evaluation as the most demanding skill in the cognitive pyramid, cognitive task, right? And if you look at it, if you're familiar with Bloom's pyramid, you will know that evaluation was not always at the top. When it was first introduced by Bloom and colleagues in 1956, they actually had evaluation at the top, right? But then when they revamped it and made some changes, they kind of pushed that out. So when we revamp evaluation, okay, and put it at the top or revamp the pyramid, I think we can look at it. Remember, the main question, the reason I'm discussing this is I asked, what kinds of learning allow for generative AI integration, right? So I think we need to break it down into 2 segments. The lower segment, which is remember, understand, and apply. These are the kind of cognitive engagement levels that I believe should not have generative AI as part of the picture. Because without this information, without this knowledge, students cannot effectively utilize generative AI. If they, for example, writing a sentence, if they don't understand the structure of a sentence, using generative AI to write an essay will be meaningless, right? They won't learn. So we have this basic knowledge, and then we have the upper levels where they can discuss, integrate generative AI very effectively. And after we do that, we need to find ways to safely integrate generative AI. And this is where we find this quote from the guidance of the UNESCO, where they focused on the human-centered approach of generative AI, where we focus on human agency and other factors that are involved in the practice, okay? And we also need to...
I'm so sorry to stop, so I'm so sorry, but because we are short in time, there's a given time limit, so I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I also started 5 minutes late, right? But it's okay. Okay, we can...
I'm so sorry for this. Thank you so much. It was an incredibly...
Thank you, everyone. If you'd like to get in touch to get the links, please get in touch. This is my email and this is my LinkedIn. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. It was really informative. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And so now our next presentation about the role of AI in educational data analysis. It's using AI to analyze educational outcomes, which allow me to welcome Professor Mohammed Ghazal. Professor Ghazal is a professor and chairman of the Department of Electrical Computer and Biomedical Engineering at Abu Dhabi University. He earned his PhD and Master's in Electrical and Computer Engineering from Concordia University, Canada, and his bachelor's from the American University of Sharjah, receiving several academic honors, including the President's Cup. Professor Ghazal has always been recognized with numerous awards, including a $1 million Innovation Prize from the UAE's Prime Minister Office in 2015. He was also inducted into the American University of Sharjah Hall of Fame in 2018. Professor Ghazal has authored over 200 publications focusing on AI applications in bioimaging and smart systems, and is a senior member of the IEEE and other professional bodies. Professor Ghazal, it is a pleasure. The mic is yours, and I will also inform you 5 minutes before the ending of the given time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for attending this great forum of exchange over a very important and timely topic. I will try to give some time at the end for a few questions directed at the talk. And although when you discuss AI in education, you are bound to discuss technologies that hit education from different angles. But the focus of the talk today would be on assessments of learning outcomes and on assessments in general and how AI plays a very important role in particularly those. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my team who have participated in putting together these sets, and as well the many students who have been involved in the process of developing AI solutions for education at Abu Dhabi University. Without them, many of what we'll see today, some of which are R&D that we currently have here, is something that would not have happened. So thank you to all. And I'll try to discuss, starting from learning outcome assessments, establish some unique perspective to where we stand currently with the traditional assessment methods, and how can AI contribute into making the process better, and then look at use cases. Some of these use cases, the majority, come from recent literature. I tried to limit myself to only the last 3 years because of how much time comes to impact where we are in AI. I feel that before these 3 years, the research definitely informed what we do, but we are talking about recent times, so I'll focus on those. And then also discuss research that we have done, our own experience in this. The work of AI at Abu Dhabi University is diverse, comes from different angles, some of it is related to institutional improvements, some of it is related to education, and is led by a great group of faculty, and it's a uniting topic. We see colleagues from, as we saw in Dr. Hamid's presentation, from different aspects coming together to put the pavestones to what will eventually become the way we do business in higher education and education in general. So we will also discuss challenges that we faced along the way and what we have learned from those challenges, and then have a bit of a prediction to where the future is. I promised Dr. Teha not to go technical. In some cases, I think it's important so that we understand the potential. But I'll try to not look at this, and I urge you to please, when you see any of the slides that I present, to look at it from a use case perspective, and how can this be something that can be impactful to you. So as you know, outcome-based learning is quite important. We use it in K-12 education, we use it in higher education. It guides how we teach, it guides how we design the curriculum, and it gives us feedback. The most, in my eyes, essential factor in making the process complete, and gives us the continuous improvement cycle that is essential to education. I always maintain the idea that in the 4 years that a student stays with us as an undergraduate students, not only do they learn, but it's also a long assessment of their skills. And that assessment comes to feed their learning so that it improves it, comes to feed our teaching so that it can improve it, and also provides extremely important data for decision makers at the employment stage to hire the right person for the job. What does AI offer in that cycle? We have limitations time-wise. There are things that we do that are repetitive. There are things that we do as teachers that we do not like doing, or we like doing, but we feel that we do not have the time necessary in order to give the proper attention for every student we have, especially as the number of students grows. In any country where population grows, enrollment grows with it, and with that comes challenging aspects when it comes to retaining students, maximizing the attainment of the learning outcomes, not only for the average students but also for all students. Feedback when delayed is not as effective than when it's real time and immediate, and AI can help in that. It's faster, than us in certain tasks, and without integrity in the process, without academic quality, then we stand to suffer lower attainment levels of the outcomes. So AI can help us ensure that, can block, funny enough, can block certain ways of cheating that were brought forth by AI itself, and so on. And then AI is also about expanding access to education so that students of determinations do not feel that they have less of learning opportunities than their peers. And also that in certain areas in the world where it's very difficult to bring education, we can really now not only bring it, but put it on par with quality education found elsewhere to the best of our abilities. Insights into the future is one of the strong suits of AI. So having that wealth of data that we do not utilize as well as we should when it comes to student performance data, when it comes to program performance data, we can do better using this data. This data is gold, but we don't really tap into the potential of what can tell us, and so on. So, and then dealing with the problem of scale. Anything that we do that is very personalized requires time. Being able to produce it at a scale that covers 30, 40 students in a class is a big challenge. AI can facilitate that. So as you can see, there are potentials for creating a superpower teacher, not a replacement for a teacher, but a teacher that with these tools can do far better than what they used to do in the past, and doing so create a generation of students that are also AI powered and are capable of doing far greater things than we could, which I guess is our message, all of us. So the common tools that we use for assessments are common for a reason. They are effective, time tested. They're things we're comfortable on where they are. We understand that they need improvements, but they are what they are to us, effective tools that need improvements, that tell us where students are as far as the outcomes are concerned. But however, they are time consuming. Their grading takes away from time that we could spend with the students. I am a strong believer in the fact that learning happens in the classroom because of the setting, because of the teacher, because of the colleagues and teammates that the students have, and so on. So it's not a question of content. If anybody is worried about content generated by AI or by any other tool being something that can take away from a teacher, it's not content. It has never been content for a very long time. Content has been available, since 10, 15 years in good quality for those who are seeking it. It's not where learning happens. It happens through interaction, it happens through the classroom and the care that a teacher can give to the students and the engagement that they have with their peers. So it is time consuming, however, for educators to go through that at a level that allows the maximization of the potential of every single student. And it's for that purpose that AI can provide amazing support when it comes to providing that kind of personalization. Then there is the feedback. It takes us time and so on, and that delayed feedback, although it looks like so what if students know their grade later, it takes away from the moment where they are most focused on what did they do and how well did they do it. So that delayed feedback is something that can definitely hinder the performance, and we could do better if we provide it, and AI can provide us the tool to do this. So just a bit of a kind of like an idea where I drew most of the research into what can I tell you about the landscape of AI as far as assessment goes. So in the last 3 years, and looking only at one major publisher, we see that there is definitely interest in the cross of computers and education, especially as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. So this is clearly the topic of the days and so on. And keeping up with that topic definitely requires somebody to look at. But if we come to cluster all of that body of research in the last 3 years, we'll see many use cases. I'm not going to be able to list them all in whatever time I have, but let us look at the trends. And funny enough, those trends I discovered through AI itself. So first, we see a lot of people working on personalizing learning and student engagement through AI. This means, for example, having recommendation engines so the students can pick the right content for them. This means that we can look at how students keep attention, what do they look at, what do they not look at, and how can this tell us, how can we design better learning objects. Chatbot-based engagements where students ask questions and receive answers and so on. Goal setting, reflective writing, all of these are the keywords that group work into this area as of late. Then we have the topic of what we're talking about today, AI for assessment, for feedback, for equitable evaluation. We see work done in automated feedback. We see work done on high-quality ChatGPT assessments like the ones we saw with Dr. Hamad. AI essay detection is definitely a key topic nowadays. Automated text responses on assessments, fair exams is a topic that equitable learning data sets. So we're now salvaging AI in order to have a kind of like think over are our exams fair? Are they equitable? Which is great because probably we did not spend enough time in the past looking at these aspects of examinations, maybe because we just thought that we do not have the resources or the time to consider these aspects. We start to see some research looking into the literacy of AI and how it can impact curriculum development. We saw Dr. Siba suggest amazing studies. I highly recommend them myself from the UNESCO in terms of how AI is integrated in K-12 curricula in middle school. How is how is it best to prepare students to have AI literacy, not digital literacy, not information AI literacy. How can this be accomplished also salvaging AI itself in training modules like the one that we're currently having to improve the integrations of AI into all curricula, starting with K-12 and ending with higher education. Teacher support and professional development. So this is about empowering you. How do we measure through AI the ethical integration that we do? How do we extract teacher behavior and so on, and we can learn insights from it. There are works that are specific to certain topics and so on in GCSE, in Alzheimer's. And people are finding ways to use AI within their topic, which is great because this informs colleagues who are in the community that are very much interested on what these colleagues have done. So exploring how AI affects your own topic is something that I highly encourage that you do. And then we saw, of course, generative AI and how we look at problems that are worrying to some of us. I've seen one of our participants, Ms. Aisha, speak about AI hallucinations, which I am definitely going to suggest that we look into it. Not because of us, we understand that it exists and so on, but we really need to pass on that knowledge to our students. It seems to be that the impression is everything that we get out of generative AI could be accurate. So we need to increase their awareness of the fact that no, there are problems, there are challenges, and while you salvage the power that AI gives you, you should extremely be vigilant to these challenges and act as your new role, the auditor of what AI gives you. Use that tool, but be wary of what this tool means as well. Also, we see assessment guidelines from universities hit the research sphere. We have ones ourselves that we started long back when ChatGPT started, thanks to efforts by the Smart Learning Center and Drs. Mohammed Steha and Dr. Hamad. And I think it's important to have those because it creates a roadmap to how best to utilize these tools for both teachers and students. And then we see AI salvage to create learning experiences that are difficult and costly to create. VR has always been a technology that can be transformative when it comes to what it can offer. I can take students on a virtual trip and discuss with them a mountain on top of that mountain, or a factory in the middle of that factory, and so on. But it's expensive to generate. That is currently being eliminated, that cost, because generative AI has grown so powerful that it can generate these virtual spaces completely. So you would have to describe what you want, and AI would generate it. And then that VR can then become learning that happens outside of the classroom collectively to the entire class. We're not far from that. And when that happens, you'll have tools that would allow you to transcend time and space and then teach in locations that would make teaching very fun and very engaging. And we know that. To me, I have always maintained that the most challenging aspect of education is keeping motivation up and encouraging students to do the what's necessary for them to learn. So if we come to kind of like see the landscape, this is where we are when it comes to AI and assessments. Some part of it is related to predicting how students would perform in the future, and then making sure that these predictions would come to inform how we can do now and interfere early on. And this reminds me of what we do when it comes to the medical area, the early diagnosis and its value and so on. And in the same way that a later stage cancer would be far more complex to treat, and an early stage one is far easier, and maybe even a preventative method would be even better and less costly. The same thing applies when we come to discuss predictive analytics. Increased differentiations in assessments. Not everybody needs to be assessed in the same way. Not exactly something that is feasible with the current tools, but AI can make that happen. Increased student engagement, faster feedback, less grading, better proctoring, better integrity, and so on. Now, what are use cases? I mean, let's kind of like dig a little bit deeper and so on. You can now automate, create an exam for every student. And this is something that we have done. You create a pool of questions, and then you use that pool of questions to say, give me several versions of the exams. Not two students get the same. If I asked any teacher to create 30 exams for their 30 students, that would have been an impossibility in the past. But this is not the case now, and so on. And the teacher is in the loop, because whatever gets generated has to pass by the new role of the teacher as an auditor and ensure that the entire process is up to what it needs to be, that there are no hallucinations, no mistakes. And that really applies to not only the exam created, but also to the grades that come from those exams. They have to make sense. They have to be as close as possible to what we could have. And it could be that this new way of examining students be something that tells us better how did they master the skill, and in what way we can help them do it. And AI can facilitate this, because if you are saying, all right, so one exam for every student, the grading would be a nightmare. That's not the case. There are tools now that can deal even with this messy situation, where students would, for example, cycle. I know that you're all aware of these scanlation systems that would be able to do, a quick scan of an exam paper or an answer sheet and then give us grades. But AI has become more sophisticated. This is something that we're developing here in order to even address issues where there are, conflicting answers or things that would otherwise deter us from using these automation techniques. Natural language processing, generative AI, and so on can get into the mix and come to analyze student submissions, and then feed into how not only do we give feedback to the students, but also how can we give feedback to ourselves and use that instructor feedback in order to improve the process. Something which is hard to do when you have submissions or works at a volume, but definitely now that AI can do the grunt work of this aspect, it can make us a better teacher in the same way that it can make the students better learners. We also have discussed systems that would come to personalized learning. How does this happen? This happens through dynamic adjustment. So the learning will not be created ahead of time. It will be created in real time. As the student answers the question in the middle of a class, next slides are auto-generated to reflect exactly how they could fill in any gaps they have, address any shortcomings, and learn better. Where they look, where they click, how much time do they take? All of these things are monitored so that the next time that they make a choice, right or wrong, they would receive better learning immediately after. And this is a focused form of remediation and so on. And as you can see, it involves continuous assessments done by AI itself so that it can continue to track, hey, did they learn from this additional content that we generated? If they did not learn, maybe we need to generate it in a different way and so on. And then, all right, so if we're going to be having an increased access to education, and that happens sometimes through online and so on, then we need AI to help us with the proctoring aspects of this. Not only does this allow us to get more time for other activities in teaching and learning that can be quite helpful to us to reinvest that time in something else, but we also have the need to be able to trust online exams. If we do, we can do better assessments. We can and with better assessment, we can, embed trust in the process in a manner that allows us to make learning not something that, or at least assessment, not something that has to happen at a certain time and place, but add flexibility to it. And for that, AI can help, can look at cameras, can look at odd behaviors, can detect all of these things and report back to us. This is something that we've been developing in-house that monitors. Doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect, but it will flag to us certain things that we can then look at to know whether there are things that we need to discuss or whether things are okay. So these kind of systems would embed trust in assigning credit for those who are not close to us, remote, because we will be able to say, yeah, that's an exam that I can stand behind, reflects excellent measurements of the levels of the students. And the research on that is already out there. If I ask any teacher, would you like to have assistants in the classroom? They would all welcome ones because they can really help, especially with large classes. AI can provide that. We've been developing this AI system that can navigate classrooms. It can, answer a side question that a student asks. It can look and help with proctoring as you start to room in the room. And there are, there are layers of AI into this. Some part of it goes so that this AI assistant, who's not just an assistant, virtual assistant, here it's a physical assistant, answering questions, looking at students' work, providing immediate feedback and so on. It needs to navigate a space that is complex and dynamic, and it's able to do so thanks to AI. And there are, again, goes to accessibility. Students not necessarily have access to let's say, machines that are on, let's say, factories or learning resources, maybe a machine that is somewhere in a lab on the other side of the planet. Through AI and through virtual reality, we can make that happen to them so they can be in VR, and then they can start to use these tools. You don't have to have them only in the classroom. You can take the students to where these tools are, and they can start to use AI in order to interact with these tools, get feedback on their interactions, and then learn through the process. So you are now not confined to limitations you have in your own labs, but can transcend those limitations by sending students away into other labs where they physically still interact, but at a distance thanks to AI. Giving students answers to problems that they might need help in is something that we've also been working on and that is available right now. All what you need to do is to point your camera to a complex problem, even if it's handwritten or not clear, and then you get insights through augmented reality and AI as to what these problems are. AI can also assist once we start to combine robotics and then assessment AI together, then we get these tools that can help with students of determination. They can look at their behavior and analyze it, provide it to caregivers, to teachers, to parents. We have now this AI who can tell the team how the student of determination have been doing, and then collaboratively we can think together what can we do so that we can have that robot guide them. We've been working on such a companion robot And I honestly do not think that's going to continue to be something that is specific to children of determination. I think at some point, soon enough, we will all be buying the companion robot for our children that just roams around with them, provides them with learning opportunities, monitors what they do, and then gives us analytics on their behavior, gives us analytics on their learning so that we can teach them better and make sure that they're doing. Even the learning outcomes themselves. I know that every teacher at some point in time was responsible for writing learning outcomes, and there are resources out there from the ministry on how to write good outcomes. For us in higher education, it comes from the CAA, our accrediting body. And if you give that information to ChatGPT, it will then learn how does the ministry look at good learning outcomes and evaluate it, which now you can use that learning in order to ensure that yours comply with the ministry standards and get feedback on how to write better outcomes. It can you monitor all of the students? If you're looking at students in a classroom and so on, you can tell from their faces they have learned or they have not learned and so on. And then start to adjust how you teach depending on what you're feeling is coming from the students. But if you do this for a very large classroom, it becomes difficult. I have a tendency to focus on those who are in front of me. I have a conscious effort to look around, but I cannot say that I have read everybody's face. What if we can have AI do that? This is nothing that is new. I've seen schools in China that have mastered the art of looking at student emotions and then using this analytics to help. We've been working on something similar to this, whereby you get feedback. Imagine getting this. So, you know, if we ask students, if I ask you right now to like or not like what I'm saying and how I'm teaching and so on, you will give this feedback. Maybe not all of you will, but some will. Imagine seeing this. I can see sometimes, for example, thumbs up and hearts and so on. Imagine seeing the same thing, but automatic. I don't ask the students to do anything. Whatever they do, I can collectively see on my dashboard, whether they're worried, confused, whether they are enjoying, not enjoying. Here is the dashboard. It can tell me, you know, 5 minutes into the class, you did something great. That had excellent reactions from the students. 30 minutes, that example that you gave was confusing. That kind of real-time feedback or even post-lecture feedback helps in a great deal. And like we said, with all of these great opportunities comes also multitudes of challenges. Like, how can I trust students' work? AI can help in that. And this is an area that is referred to in AI as author attribution. I can teach AI using the works produced by the students and then ask AI, is this work something that is consistent with what you've learned is the writing of Ahmed? And then AI, that has now been mastering Ahmed's style, can tell if this is something that is produced to a likelihood by him or by not. And so that can also address some of these challenges. If I have generative AI, and if I have students that is overly reliant on it, and the skill has not developed, how can I ask them to do something that's not in front of my eye and then come back to present it to me for credit? And so on. You know, can I get a hint at least if I have 30 submissions and so on? How can I tell that? Now you don't really have, there's no limitations here. It's not that something that could be difficult to do. I can easily have an AI that is learned Ahmed's styles and Alia's styles and so on, and can tell me something about the submission. Is this incremental improvement, or is this something that is difficult to compare to, you know, what they have been doing and so on? Can I have AI look at students' artifacts, like, for example, reports that they generate and give me insights? Yes, I can. This is something that we easily did in 1 hour. We wanted to look at our design projects, final year projects, upload them, and then ask AI, what can you tell us about how well we've been doing when it comes to covering sustainability, as evident by our students addressing these sustainability goals from UNESCO? And the results were surprising. Although we did conscious efforts to try to address many of these goals in our capstone, you know, we have come to learn that the evidence of that is not exactly available in our design projects in all, which have informed us that maybe we need to start to ask students explicit questions on what did they do to address certain goals when these goals apply to their learning. Now, if we say, analyze, you know, we all read our students' reports, but this is something different. This is something where we upload all of the reports and then ask about the attainment of the learning outcome impact on environment. or let's say impact on society. I'm not interested in what a single student did. I'm interested in how am I doing in terms of problem solving in math, evident by everything that has been given to it. Am I doing a good job? How can I improve? And so on. So I can start to target specific aspects about my curriculum that I would like to look at, evidenced by all of what I have to show for it. Even looking at students' feedback, every single school, every single university has this system of getting feedback from the students in terms of surveys. And that feedback to me is gold that is underused. Can we look at that feedback and then again pull improvements? And this is something that probably is music to the ears of those who are coordinators or chairs and so on. If I want to devise an improvement plan for a particular teacher, evidenced by everything the students had to say about that teacher over, let's say, a period of time, can I do that? Yes, I can. AI can look at this and say, all right, so the collective sentiments of the students who have taken courses with that teacher say that there are certain areas of improvements. I don't want to talk about issue by issue. I want to create a global plan that come to address everything that I can do to professionally develop this teacher into the future, addressing the feedback that came from the students, not the number, the actual writings that they are providing, the actual, messaging that they are giving. And this kind of, here is what is positive about what you teach. Here is where there are some areas of improvements to work on and so on. But all of this is nice, except when we start to think about issues that can come with it. What if the input that we give to AI is biased and unfair? Is it okay to use that content? Is it fair? Is it copyrighted? What I want to tell you is that these issues are not issues that you are facing. These are global issues. The world is converging as to where we need to go, but what is true is the fact that we're not going back. So we need to figure out answers and so on how to best do this. But it's far better to come up with initial answers that will emerge over the years than it is to just use those as a hanger for saying that we cannot do it. Oh, because of data privacy, this is a bad thing, and so on. Because of technical challenges, we should maybe not do that. Cost is high. How can we buy these tools if they are not accessible? And how can that increase the digital divide if we do that, as Dr. Hamad so eloquently put? Do we need to change? Is this going to be something that we have? No. This is we're trying to give you more time for yourself. Forget more time to teach better. Say that you are comfortable with where you want to teach. Don't you want more time so that you can enjoy life? AI can help you do. If reaching your same level of productivity is what you are aiming at, AI can give you that, and then that additional time that you have saved, it could be time that you invest on your own professional development. So there are problems, there are challenges, and the idea here is not to fear those challenges, to be a pioneer, to be somebody who is at the forefront of trying to address those challenges. There are guidelines. It's not like we don't have any answers, but we are getting better and better at addressing those things, especially because AI learns from data. This data is not perfect. It can carry bias. How can we make it better? AI will learn from data. This data is not public. How can we deal with the privacy and protection issues? How can we make it open? We don't want people to be left behind. We have those who are AI powered and those who are not. When we start to remove jobs, how can we work better now? Because if we're going to say, all right, so now there will be fewer jobs because of AI, and AI will be creating some additional jobs. Are these equal? So we don't have to worry, because if AI takes more jobs than it adds, then there is going to be a problem. There isn't going to be a problem because, again, the ultimate goal of humanity is not exactly that we work on the repetitive tasks. That's not our saving grace. What we should be looking at is how we can work better at things that connect us. Things in the classroom, things in the hospital, things in caring for the elderly, and so on. So that looking at these challenges as something that scares us will just limit us from exploring what these could do to us in terms of improving what we do. So in terms of best practices, when it comes to all of these issues combined, we should really look at AI as a way to collect all of the feedback that we have, whether from stakeholders, whether from data-driven insights, whether from students' work, and so on. Whether we, for example, can use it to continue to be our eyes and ears. What if you can have an agent with the students at all times? What if there is a digital copy of you that could be with every one of your students to answer these questions? That digital copy is something that carries your thinking, carries your approach, and so on. If you are somebody who answers questions instead of ask them, then that AI that has learned your teaching style can be your agent that goes home with the students and helps them in real time and so on. If you are somebody who don't answer questions but rather asks questions as a way to teach, then that could be something and so on. So you're monitoring, you are auditing, you are helping, you are there everywhere. Learning does not really stop and end in the classroom itself. So just a final word, because I promised some time for questions and so on, in terms of where we're going next. AI is turning agentic, as in AI is going to talk to itself now. You will have two AIs, one that generates the content and one that audits the content generated by its peer. And they will start to have a back and forth. One generates in the same way that with ChatGPT, and the other one says, no, it needs to be revised. It has this kind of problem and so on. And then the first AI comes to regenerate now with the feedback. And then the other AI that's playing the role of the auditor would come to speak back to it saying, no, improve here and improve there. And it will lock itself in that loop, the same kind of loop that we have with our students until a point. I'm not talking about, there isn't here anything that is related to the students or assessment. But as AI improves, we'll start to see this. You'll start to see a much better ChatGPT because feedback has been embedded into the process. Funny enough, that other AI is kind of like your AI, the role of the teacher, giving that feedback to that, role of the students, AI that is producing the content. And it just goes to say that the best way to go forward would be to be interlocked in that continuous, questioning and improvement loop that we create with our students. AI will be creating that with itself and use that to learn and so on. There will be multi-agent collaboration. So maybe, for example, there's going to be an AI that is trained on giving students social advice, like a social worker. Another AI that is the teacher, a third AI that is the principal, and these will talk to each other. The teacher will look at the student's work and come up with certain improvements, and then will pass on that context to the social worker, who will use it as an input, and then come with a plan to improve any issues that students is facing. Isn't this what we do? Isn't this if a teacher detects a problem, they go to the social worker engages the students in a dialogue, and then maybe this is escalated to leadership. That kind of behavior is something that we'll start to see more of. I want to stop here because I've already seen now that my time is up. I don't know if we have time for questions, but if we don't, I'm going to leave my email.
There's still 5 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you so much. I guess look at the Q&A.
Sure.
All right, so I had a question from Ms. Aisha on the AI detectors as a hot topic nowadays, and there's a lot of negativity around them. Yes, there is. I'm going to address this in two different ways. We have now tools that will come to say this is 100% AI, 50% AI generated. There are two questions that we have to worry about here. First is, so what? Is it something that we have to be worrying about? Isn't this a tool that is available for students to use? Is it so? The question that we should ask after that is, if this is generated by AI, okay, and so on, does it demonstrate skill? Maybe in integrating it with something else, and so on. So we need to kind of settle on what do we expect from the students. And I think I discussed with Dr. Hamad at length the kind of idea that I would imagine would come to emerge is that we have kind of like two approaches to assessment. We have to have the AI deprived student and assessments that address this. So we kind of like cut technology off completely, and then we ask the student questions to come to assess them. And then we need to, it's not a change. We need to have the AI powered students. We not only give them ChatGPT, we tell them here is the entire set of tools available for generative AI. Show us how far you can take it. Both assessments are legitimate. In one, we try to see what can an AI-powered students do and how we can increase that skill within them. And then in the other one, we see that an independent student that does not rely on AI still is there. The tools that are available in detection AI, they just detect that it's AI. What you do with it, it's up to you. And please think along those lines that I said. Now, are they excellent tools? No, they have lots of false positives as they are there. They'll get better over days and so on. But the bigger question is creating guidelines for the correct use of AI is the way to go. Cite it like anything else, like many, for example, publishing houses say. Be responsible about its use and so on. So I think that's the bigger question. Is my tie up, or is there room for one more?
We can have one more question. There are 2 minutes left. So
Okay.
we can answer the question.
Yes, how can we make sure students acquire basic skills in writing and reading? Yeah, and not to be totally reliant. I agree 100%. I'll tell you why not only do I agree, Dr. Shaima, is because I am worried. I am personally worried as an AI expert. The risk of over-reliance on AI is there, and it's strong. There are neural, even if somebody comes to say, do they really need to memorize? Do they really need to learn this? But they can generate it quickly and so on. It's not about that. They never really needed to learn anything. But this is kind of like the gym question. If we have a robot doing the exercises in the gym, the muscles are not going to get better because of it. So we need students to build neural connections. Because when you learn, even when you memorize, bad as it may sound, for example, when you put knowledge in your head, when you get engaged in exercises and skills without AI completely, certain neural connections in your brain starts to emerge. And this is basically a prerequisite to innovation. If you want students to innovate, they have to go through this. They have to be able to create that skill and knowledge in their mind and connect those in order to come up with new ideas. So absolutely, we do need to make sure that the same skills that we have empowered those who created where we are now continue to be there, or otherwise, what comes after that is just going to be worse than what we currently have. So my philosophy in this is that we need both. We need an AI-powered student and an AI-deprived student, the same one, and so on, and then to create, for different reasons, that kind of skill in them. Thank you so much. I don't think we have more time for additional questions, but I'm just going to leave my email just in case there are others. Thank you for the invitation and for your time, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghazal. This was incredibly informative, and I'm 100% sure all our attendees greatly benefited from your profound insight. Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation will be presented by Dr. Rima Karalle about the integration of artificial intelligence in the backward design of the curriculum. Dr. Rima is an assistant professor at Muhammad Al-Wala College for Medical Sciences, a PhD holder in curriculum and teaching instructions. She's an accomplished educator and a curriculum designer, so Dr. Rima has contributed significantly to the field through research, teaching, curriculum development, and professional development. As an international trainer, Dr. Rima has conducted workshops and training sessions in general teaching methodologies, STEAM teaching instructions, and AI in education across many countries. These sessions have empowered educators to tailor teaching instructions to meet the needs of diverse professional contexts. Therefore, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rima Karalle. The mic is yours, and as usual, I will inform you 5 minutes before the given time ends. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. Thank you. Thank you for Abu Dhabi University for such opportunity to share our thoughts here. So I will share my screen now, and we will start by some positive statements. So let me just share the screen, not the slideshow. Okay. So I will start with one of the comments has been written by Aisha, and I can touch the fears also from some of the comments. She said that I wish that my children will be without any crazy robot roaming around them. So I think we have to say that the academic life is something different because nothing will be done randomly. Everything will be done in a systematic way. So of course there is a road that we will follow. It is not a random process. Even if we will integrate the AI in every single thing, it is a systematic way. It is an organized way. It is done by some controls. So I will talk about the the way that we will organize and control our academic life and the education by integrating the AI into the backward design curriculum. Of course, all of the previous presentation have been just done by my colleagues here regarding the applications, the tools, and the way to think how to integrate AI will not be done without a curriculum to control the process itself. So that's why the curriculum is the base here. We can't do that just by adding the activities, just by putting the study plans, for example, just by creating course learning outcomes by ourselves. If there is no curriculum to be followed, then I think we have to think again to reshape the process itself. So the curriculum is the first foundation-based thing to start. So together, we will know what is exactly the backward design and how can we really believe that the future is now, it is not tomorrow. And we will talk about the AI role in creating and designing the backward design. We will know how to transfer from the theory to the practice in the reality of our academic life. And of course, we will face some challenges. We will face some issues during our designing. So of course, there are, for any challenge, there is always a window for a solution. And I will share with you some applications that can support and help you to design the curriculum. So let's talk about something related to the backward design. And here I have to say, as usual, and it is like a word that I am saying every single presentation, that we have to start from the end in mind. It is not a process that we can just go with the course, the textbook-driven way. We have to go far away from the course-driven way. We have to go now and think again how to be outcomes-driven teachers. So this is the idea of the backward design. The backward design is to start from setting all of the outcomes that our students need from that end, which is the goal, and we will go back, but in the same way, we are going forward by using the backward design to reach the goal itself and to achieve what the students really need. So the idea of backward design is not a new idea. It is something that designed already from the old ages, but I think the way of integrating it in the academic life, I think it was like alarm for the teachers and the stakeholders to just go through the backward design and start implementing it. So it is not an idea, a new idea. So I think that it is time now with AI to reshape the process of designing the backward design by using AI tools. So now, if we will go back to the backward design, the question that we will ask ourselves, and sometimes as teachers, we will ask the curriculum designers, as students, they will ask, for example, their teachers, from where should we start in designing our curriculum? And when I said students, I meant that because even the students should be part of the backward design for our curriculum. We should not keep them just far away from the process. They are main part of the process. So from what is the point that I have to start to design my curriculum? The first thing that I have to think about is the outcome that we need our students to reach these outcomes. Then we have to think about the ways that we will assist them to be sure what is the evaluation that I will use to assess their knowledge. And of course, the activities, which is the last thing, what is the way that I will use so my students will be able to reach that knowledge. So look at this information here regarding each step, let's say, for the backward design. For the outcomes, the question that I will ask myself about, and please think about it as general without any kind of AI now. It is just a general backward design. So with the outcomes, I have to ask myself, what should the students be able to do after completing this curriculum? Not after completing the textbook. What are the goals? What are the outcomes? And the assessment, I have also to ask myself how to be sure the students really gain these outcomes. And the activities, I have to ask myself, how do they learn? What is the way? How do they apply? What is the thing as a teacher I added so they can do it and they will reach that? So let's check our current curriculum. Each one of you now will answer a question, and I ask each one of you, please, to scan this code. So there is a question about your curriculum in the institution. Let me just open it. Okay. I think there is an issue here. Let me just check it. Okay, you can do it now. So please just scan it and answer the question. So the statement is, I can say that my current curriculum is a backward design one. Yes or no? We have 2 yes, 3, 4. Good. 1 with no. It's okay. Totally okay. Okay. Great. We will have some times also to go on. 11, 13. This is a positive thing. Okay. Who will win? The backward design or the forward design, the traditional one, which is the textbook, let's say? Okay. 22 with yes. 23 with yes. Okay, I think we have good number. And you can also answer in the chat. I know that maybe it will not work with some of you, so you can use the chat by saying yes or no. Okay, good. Perfect. So this is really a positive thing that we have many of you really used the backward design in their curriculum, which is really good, because for those who said no, I need just one to write, all of you, just write what kind of curriculum that are you a textbook driven, for example? Are you textbook driven? Just say yes, we are or not. Okay, we have 31 with yes. Great. Okay, so we will stop here with this yes, no poll, let's say. So I think to know exactly the backward design process will save the students' engagement and the students' knowledge also, because if we will focus on just the text itself and the content, and we put all of the outcomes till the end, and we will think about them, okay, after the assessment part, I will check their outcomes, then I will put my students aside from the process itself. The target of the teaching process is to let the students gain the knowledge in an effective way. So this is the target. If we would reach the forward, let's say, design or the textbook driven, then this means that I put my students away and I checked everything till the end. So this will make even the students not be able to be engaged in the process of the education. So they will just think about the grades. They will think about what is the time that the class will finish and so on. They will not feel that this process is an active process. So, as I said before, we have to really admit the fact that the future is now. It is not tomorrow. You can see this fact around you. You can see it in the academic life. You can see it in the media. You can see it in the schools. You can see it with your children. You can see it around you. So we have really to believe that the future is here with us. And we need to think about the skills that we have to support our students with. And all of you, we know that the 21st century skills are essential now. So we need not just to think about the skills themselves, we need also to know how to let our students mastering these skills. With this future that we live nowadays, it is not just by doing activities, putting some slides, or adding some videos. The process is different nowadays. Nowadays, there is something which is called AI, which is really a different story, and we have to realize this truth. So now, if we will think about the future, which is now, we have to think about the AI and how can we integrate the AI in our curriculum. And when we say utilizing, integrating, adding, mixing, all of these concepts and terminologies, we are thinking about to merge between the activities that we will do, the steps that we are following, and the AI principles. So nowadays, we cannot separate the curriculum designing process from the AI parts, frameworks, and the steps as a process, of course. We cannot separate them. So if we will go from theory to practice, and really we want to start as an academic institution to start reshaping the process of our curriculums in my institution, in your institution, we have to think in a realistic way. It is not just theory. It is not just they are not just some words on papers. We have to apply and implement them in the real life. So the first step, as we mentioned before, it is about the outcomes. How can I integrate, utilize using AI to identify my outcomes? So the first step here is identifying learning outcomes. How can AI help me? Of course, there are some tools by using AI can help me to analyze the educational outcomes for my students. And you will not believe that it is not just to write a smart outcome. It will give you a huge area to select the learning style and to know exactly what is the needs for your students. So for these two parts, the main parts, you have to think like that you are a student. Because even as a teacher, I have a different style, for example, to learn something. So what about if you have 25 students? What about if you have 40 students in a class? You have to think about each student. Imagine. So alone as a teacher, a traditional teacher, you cannot deal with that easily. There is a chance nowadays, which is using AI, can support you to do that. So there are many tools, many AI tools can support you to identify the outcomes, the student outcomes. Then, of course, you need to know what are the learning experience for your students, the background, their abilities, if they are good, for example, in writing, if they are good in different skills, everything as a teacher as a curriculum designer as well, you have to know that. And the good thing, the nice thing, AI can support that. And now, of course, we need some educational resources. Again, why? Because we are not textbook-driven teachers or curriculum designers. If we are still textbook-driven curriculum designers, then I will choose any textbook. I will take a look for some topics that I need, topics, not outcomes. Then I will select that book and start. But no, this is not what we need these days. We need to look for the outcomes. And for those outcomes, we need to design and look for some resources. Can I just go to Google and Google it? Any resources? No, because the academic life is an organized, systematic way. It is not a random process. That's why we have the curriculum. The curriculum will be your path, just will give you the road, the right road to follow, so you can find the right resources that you can add to your curriculum. Then, of course, we will go to the assessment, and we will choose the right assessment for the right students. And when we say right assessment for the right students, maybe some of you will say, for example, oh, why should we have different assessment for different students? Sometimes, yes, especially with if we have inclusivity and we have to think about all of the students' needs. And yes, we have to adapt some different assessments sometimes. Can I do that alone? Of course, but I have time. I need time, more time. I need also effort. AI can support you on that to save your time, to save your effort, and can give you the chance to go and see some different assessment tools to use for your students according to their needs. Then, of course, we need the analysis part here. I will do the assessment. Okay, I have the assessment. I will just take a look and I will take the achievement. This is again the forward design. It is not a backward design, because I don't need the assessment just to know the student achievements. No, it is like a circle. I need to analyze the assessment results to know how can I go on and build some action plans. I build some, for example, I give some feedback for my students to improve their performance and so on. It is not an ended process. No, it is like a circle. So I will work all the circle just to build a good backward design curriculum. After that, of course, the feedback. AI, as a teacher, of course, you can give feedback, immediate feedback, constructive feedback, and so on. What about if you have different tools that can also support you on that? AI tools can support you in giving and generate some feedback for your students. And I will give you a real example just after some slides, and you will see the process in reality. And the last thing, the continuous improvement. We will not, with backward design, we will not stop. As I said, it is a circle. So the continuous improvement will be done all the time. Since there is a feedback, if that feedback is a positive or not, you have to go on. If it is a positive one, of course, you have even to go beyond it or keep it to the level. If it is not, if it is a feedback that needs some improvements, let's say, we have to put a plan and work on that circle. So now there is another poll here. After all of these steps by using AI, let us say now, scan this code, please, and give me a scale, give me a number from 5 to 1, the level of using and integrating AI tools in your curriculum. Do you use AI tools? 2 out of 5. 5, which means the highest, 1, the lowest. Okay, we have 2, which means 2 out of 5. We have 1, we have 3, okay, No 5? Oh, yeah, good. Okay. Still. We will give some seconds. You can also use the chat, please, to answer. Okay. Please, in the chat or the question and answer part, put why do you think you don't use the AI tools? What is the reason behind that? This will give us an overview about the way that the educational process is going. Okay, we have 3. So the average, let's say here, is so clear. Okay, we will stop here. I can guess the reasons. Okay. Sometimes the teachers themselves really need some support from the institutions to build the AI knowledge. They need some workshops, they need some professional developments to build the awareness of how to use the AI and how to integrate it. We have really to believe in the truth that not all of the institutions these days are aware of believing, let's say, in using AI in their institution. As some of you mentioned before, that many of the people these days, they are against even using AI in the educational process because of some ethical rules and so on. So I think we need awareness. We need part of awareness to be involved in the educational process, so even the teachers will be able to use it in a good way and to support the students for that. This is really a good overview here. Okay. So now, again, if we will go from theory to practice, we have to think about 3 frameworks for AI. So we have 3 frameworks, and I will think about them like one unit, even if they are separated. So we have the AI-directed curriculum, we have the AI-supported curriculum, we have the AI-empowered curriculum. So if I will, as a curriculum designer, if I will integrate one of these framework, I will go with the 3 of them. Even if they are, in reality, they are separated and they are different from each other. But because the academic life is not a stable life, let's say, or journey, each class, and I can see that, even just think about that now. Each class is different than the other. In your class, you have different students, different backgrounds, different needs. The content itself has different resources, the activities also, and the assessments, and all of these parts in the curriculum. You can't just stick with one framework to go with it and just to start from A and close it till Z. No, it is a circular process. It depends on the situation itself. So for example, sometimes as a teacher or curriculum designer, I need to do the AI-directed curriculum. Some other times I will integrate the AI-directed curriculum with the empowered one. And I will add some parts of the AI-supportive curriculum. Why? Because the role of the teachers, the role of the students will be different in each framework. That's why we have to think about that deeply, how to work to integrate the 3 frameworks in one circular process to design my backward design effectively. If we will go for each one here, for example, if we will go to the AI-directed curriculum, if we will just identify the outcomes, the curriculum designers will determine the desired outcomes. They will use the AI to direct them how to identify the outcomes. If they will just think about some criteria for their evaluation, they will also use the AI to direct them how to choose the evaluation process. And if they will think about the methods, the techniques, the activities that they will use to achieve the outcomes, again, they will use the AI, but to direct them from where they will bring them, how can they design them, how can they apply them. When we go to the AI-supported curriculum, the whole process will be to support. So the AI will support me as a curriculum designer. I have the base, I have everything. I need just some support from the AI. Now, if we will go to the empowered, here the students themselves can work alone. They will have, of course, some guide, some support from their teachers to go on and to give them the right track. But here they have the full mastering process to do everything, which is really the highest way I can say in the educational, when we think about a student as a self-learner student. We have to support our students to reach this process of the education, as educational level. So when you think about the three frameworks, can we just separate each one from the another? I don't think so. I don't think. It depends on the situation itself, as I said. It depends on the way that I am dealing with the content sometimes, the assessments and the activities. So, and an example for that, if you know the circle of the Six Sigma, you will know that this is exactly the process of that. It is like a continuous process that will not be ended or will not be separated. So again and again and again, I will look at them as one process. And it depends on you as a researcher, as a curriculum designer, as a teacher, as a policy maker, maybe, to know exactly how to integrate and to know exactly what to integrate with what. Do you want the directed with the supported, or do you want the supported with the empowered, and so on? So if we will go to the roles of the teachers and the students in each framework, you will see this way, you will see this part. So for example, if we will go to the role of the teachers and the AI director, the teacher will be like a supervisor, okay? So he will see the AI-driven process. He will directly go and look for some AI tools. He didn't do the things, he just work with the AI as a directed process. But compare it with the supported and the empowered, you will see that the role of the teachers, for example, in the AI empowered, to utilize the AI tools, which means that the teacher in this framework has the ability even to use the tool, which is, as I said, we have to reach that level. The role of the students here in the empowered, I will go direct to the highest level. The empowered, the students is really engaged actively in using the AI tools, which means that we supported the students to master how to use the AI tools effectively. And I don't want you to go with these three frameworks like steps. For example, the lowest step is the directed, then the supported, then the empowered. No. As I said, we cannot look to them as this way. We have to look to them as one integrated framework. So the curriculum will be built in a constructive way. So this is an example that I used with my students. So we have a course which is called academic writing, and we have to ask the students to write argumentative essay. And for their level, they have to write about 6 paragraphs, let's say, about a topic, and they have to convince the reader on their opinions. So I followed with my students a new strategies by integrating the AI and the ChatGPT. So what did I do first? Of course, there's a topic, and they have to select that topic related to their majors, because we have different majors. We have medical majors, pharmacy, nursing, labs, and so on. So they have to choose a topic which is related to their major. Then they will think about some outlines, ideas that are related to this topic. Of course, after selecting, after just put their position if they agree or disagree with that statements. The target from this activity is to know exactly how to support our students. I asked them, for example, to do the writing individually. They would write their own writing by using their ideas alone. So they will have one sample of their own writing. So they have now the human part, let's say, writing. And then after that, I just introduced them to the ChatGPT, and we took some time to know some ideas, to open it, to use it, and to deal with some items in the ChatGPT. So they have now their own writing. So I asked them to write for the same topic, but by using the ChatGPT. So we will have 2 samples now, their own individual writing and the AI generated one. We have 2 samples. It is not the end. Again, it is a circle. We need to know how can they have some benefits from that. So I asked them to compare between the 2 samples and to find from the AI generated parts, to find how can they support their own individual writing by adding some ideas from the ChatGPT one. So we have now the 3rd sample. So we will have individual sample, ChatGPT one, and their own, the 3rd version, which is student-generated topics by integrating some AI generated, let's say, parts. And these parts could be in the body paragraphs, could be to support some ideas with evidence, to put some supporting details, and so on, to reshape the introduction in a good way, to add a good conclusion, and so on. So they have, after comparing their work with the ChatGPT ones, they will really discover that there is a chance to improve, which is we need. This is exactly what we need as teachers. We need to see that gap to be filled, not just to be filled, to be fulfilled with the achievement that we want to reach. So after that, of course, we will do the revision and editing, and we will do something which is called the peer review. So each student will review for his or her colleague, and we will have some discussion after that. This discussion will give us an idea what are the things that we added from the ChatGPT and how can we improve our writing way. I need just to highlight that this is a practice. It is not a graded assessment. It is just a practice to let them know how can we use the ChatGPT to improve our writing process. The good thing that in the final assessment, they didn't use ChatGPT, but they used some terminologies because of that practice. They used some good organized structure because of that practice. And they used also a constructive introduction and conclusion with a logical connection between the body paragraphs and the counter argument paragraph, which really gave me this, feeling of achievement at the end of the process. I really encourage you to just to try it with your students and see what can happen after that. Let's go here for the last question. And I need you also to answer, please. What is the role of the student after integrating or utilizing the AI frameworks to our backward design? What do you think? Just write, and all of the words will be here. Let's see the answers. So what will be the role of the students after integrating AI to our curriculum? What do you think?
Hello, Dr. Rima. I just wanted to inform you that there is 5 minutes left for the given time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Most welcome, Nancy. Yes. Somewhat. Any words, please? I think it is looked. Yeah. You can use the now. It's okay. You can go on now. Sorry for that. Independent, active. What else? Feedback, self-assess, peer assessment. Good. What do you think? What else? Confidence. Okay. Interactive role. Reflection. Acting. Great. Critical thinker. Feedback again. Center of teaching. Yes, this is really good. Since we don't have time, I will stop here for this activity, and we will give you just one of the example. We'll shift here. Let's just go to this. This is an example. It will help you really. So look at this website here. And as a teacher, as a curriculum designer, you can use it, and it will really support you in designing your curriculum. You can use this website to create a lesson plan, to create assessment, to design assessment tools, to give feedback for the students, to design a full unit with instructions, also to design engagement activities, and to sometimes to create constructive rubrics that we use in our teaching process. So here you can just choose any of them, and you can write here, for example, the topic that you want. For example, writing skills. The good thing here, look, there is one word here, enhance, which means that you can enhance what do you want. So it will be like this. Students will demonstrate the ability to write clear and coherent essays, narrative, and so on. You will add it to your workplace, and you will find a full constructive instructions as a study plan or a lesson plan for what do you want, and you can, of course, edit, change, and do the needed for this part. I will share this presentation with you, of course, to go and to check all of these tools. And I put also some tools for specific majors or fields, so you can see here AI grading for labs, for English, for math, and so on. We have to, I have to say this again and again and again, that the future is now. If we didn't start accepting it as a truth, then we will be so behind, not just behind with our students and the educational life itself. Thank you so much for your listening. Thank you for this chance. And of course, you can ask me any question if there's a time. You can contact me here also by using my email. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rima. This was incredibly interactive and beneficial. I'm 100% sure all our attendees really benefited from it. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So moving on to our next section, the future of learning, AI's role in shaping modern education, which is our next presentation. So allow me to welcome Ms. Amber Berry. Ms. Amber is the inaugural Director of Strategic Initiatives for MSA. She worked in public and independent schools for 15 years, most recently at St. Luke's School in Connecticut. She got her start in education as a French teacher and then joined the leadership team as the World Language Department Chair, the Director of Teaching Fellows, and the Division Head. Amber has a special interest in school change with a particular emphasis on teacher growth and development. She's a member of Excel Collective for Women in Educational Leadership. Ms. Amber earned a bachelor's from Princeton University in French and Italian with minors in African American Studies and the program in teacher preparation. She went on to earn her MA in French Linguistics and Pedagogy from Middlebury College and MED in Private School Leadership from Columbia University's Teachers College program. In commitment to continuing education this winter, she participated in a positive intelligence course and completed a mini MBA in AI for business through Section School. So please allow me to welcome Ms. Amber Berry. The mic is yours. And as usual, I remind you 5 minutes before the given time ends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello and welcome, everyone. To begin, I would just like to thank Abu Dhabi University for this invitation to participate in this really important conversation today. I will be talking about the future of learning, AI's role in shaping modern education. I appreciate my bio being read. I do work for MSA. We are a global organization. We work for 3,000 schools, over 3,000 schools in accreditation. So as an organization, we do have foundational knowledge and a strong understanding of just how schools are preparing their students for higher education. And like many of you, we are really centered on AI and generative AI and that impact in education. And my style, like my colleague before me presenting, is one of active engagement. I'm still a classroom teacher at heart. And so I am going to invite you to continue to participate so actively in the chat. I'll give you many opportunities to do so. And also, I want you to be generous with one another. Many of you have amazing resources. So please share as I speak if you are reminded of a book, of a podcast, of a tool that you have found really useful. Keep sharing with one another so we can all benefit from that learning. All right, I'm going to jump right into it. So for anyone who's familiar with MSA, you would notice that we have been intentionally leaning into generative AI and its impact on education for a while now. And later I'm going to explain further how our focus on generative AI is fully rooted in our strategic plan and living out our vision and purpose, as opposed to some sort of unplanned shift that we've made recently. But that said, last fall, we kicked off Responsible AI and Learning. I'll refer to this often, or RAIL. And this is a picture of two of our advisory board members. Amanda Bickerstaff is the founder and CEO of AI for Education, and Tom Vander Ark is the CEO of Getting Smart. And Tom asked that we pause right at the opening question that was intended to frame our work together. And he suggested that we pause on the word integration. He said, looking back over 40 years, the history of integration of EdTech has pretty much been a failure. And this is what he meant by that. Every time a school has tried to integrate educational technology, it has ended up reinforcing and reproducing what it was already doing. In other words, it hasn't really changed the learning experience. And so Tom and Amanda built upon this idea that now is the moment for us to reconsider what truly great learning looks like, and then think about how to integrate generative AI to get there. And that is what this conference is already focused on, that we are backwards designing in our curriculum. These are the steps we take to get to great learning. Now, what if we don't decide to reconsider great learning? What if we simply repackage schooling and keep doing things the way we have been doing? The end result is that AI will accelerate, automate, and scale traditional and broken methods of instruction. So while this is not a very optimistic outlook, Hardman's not alone in her prediction that the time for change is upon us. Brian Alexander is a futurist, an author, and a professor at Georgetown University, and he said, "What you're seeing is a collision of two different ecosystems." So the Chronicle of Higher Education goes on to describe that the two ecosystems are AI and generative AI technologies, which are maturing so rapidly in front of us, and then colleges, which are historically slow to evolve. From my perspective, we can take out an emphasis on higher ed or college and just substitute it for education in general. And I'm going to continue to do that as we address the changes that need to occur from the very beginnings of our schooling systems all the way through university and beyond. Okay, so here's the first opportunity for you to participate. Your answer will be short and sweet. In one word or phrase, what is great learning to you? Or what do you see when great learning is happening? Or what is the result of great learning? Post your answer right here in the chat. I want us to be able to see what everyone's saying and be able to interact. And if you would like, instead of just sending your message to me as the host and my fellow panelists, you can send it to everyone if you feel comfortable. Your responses are coming in. Great learning looks like enlightenment. It looks like experiences, adaptation, student-centered and inquiry-based learning, discovery. Great learning is transfer of knowledge. Another discovery, fantastic. Well, I'm going to come back to experiences in a moment, and you are welcome to continue sharing. What is great learning? And you can use the chat to interact with one another. Oh, I have a few more coming in. Focused on skills and development. Great learning is insight. It's progress. It relates to students' real life. Change in students' behavior and improving in knowledge and skills. Experience new horizons. Mastery. Fabulous. Thank you so much. So today, I'm going to begin by delving a bit deeper into some of the known knowns and known unknowns in front of us. And I'm going to attempt to at least ask, if not answer, many good questions about the future of education that will be profoundly impacted by generative AI. We're then going to explore in depth one approach to creating future-ready educational institutions, and that is from the perspective and practice of my team here at MSA. Emulating the PACE layer model is RAIL, again, Responsible AI and Learning. And as promised, your posted questions, your comments, and your shared resources will be something that I talk about toward the end of our time together. We have more responses coming in related to definitions of great learning. It's continuous learning. It's preparing students for the real future workforce. Fantastic. Okay, so let's zoom out now and talk about some of the opportunities and challenges we're talking about right now. I believe that it is our collective duty to maintain humanity in education. The value and importance of educators and school is the human experience. And thus, we must be careful to be human-led and AI-informed in that order. Now, I've heard this phrase differently, like being sure to keep the human in the loop. It's about guarding against incorrect information and bias. It's about maintaining healthy skepticism and staying rooted in reality. I want to be honest that I have been personally challenged recently to consider that generative AI is already serving as superior to human interaction in some specific use cases. For example, generative AI has been tested as a telehealth consultant, and patients are rating the generative AI interactions as more empathetic and high touch than their interactions with actual doctors. I am actively remaining open-minded that in an era of high levels of anxiety and depression, particularly among the young people we serve, access to perhaps a future Gen AI mental health specialist will make necessary interventions possible at low cost with unending patience, constant availability, and of course, careful monitoring, keeping the human in the loop. And this should ultimately result in a net positive. Simulated intimacy is another example of a potential benefit to the profoundly lonely and should not make us think of some of the blockbuster movies that end poorly for the protagonist. So with the caveat that I have healthy skepticism and concern here, I'm moving forward with the assertion that human-led, AI-informed is a really good direction for us to use in education. The future of education is experience, and at least two of you named that as your definition of great learning. I'm holding on to this as, to me, the paramount difference between generative AI and human capacity. Of the countless known knowns we could choose to focus on, I'm narrowing it down to this one. And as we reflect on our humanity, what generative AI cannot give us is personal experiences. We have to do, we have to be, we have to try and see for ourselves. Now, I am actually a bit of a sci-fi book consumer, so I am well aware that simulated reality will be acceptable to some. But learning by doing is irreplaceable. Maybe experiential learning will be the norm in schools as the distinguishing marker of humanity. This very gathering, this forum that we're participating in is the evidence that the value of coming together to discuss with one another, to dispute elements of my argument, to verify what I'm saying is true to your reality, to reject pieces of my philosophy, to modify my message to fit your personal context, and to extend what we know to the educational institutions we influence and serve, to improve them in an effort to collectively make them future ready. This experience is what we preserve. When I prompted ChatGPT 4 Omni, my generative AI tool of choice, to generate a list of the known unknowns that will impact the future of education, this is the list from what I culled, and I only removed a couple of items. So from your perspective, it's a long list. Which of these from ChatGPT's prediction will impact experience and learning or improve the human connection? Which one of these on my list? You can think about it. You can use the chat. It's up to you. Curriculum development. Personalized learning. Personalized learning and enhanced accessibility. Collaborative learning, absolutely, that's improving the human connection. Collaboration tools, feedback. A bunch on collaboration tools, time management, adaptive assessment, student engagement. That's impacting the experience of learning. Professional development, flexibility to enhance our understanding, language translation, lifelong learning. Thank you, I got it. All of them. All of these are going to impact the experience of learning. All of these are going to improve human connection. I promise I don't have a plan, and I wasn't sure anyone was going to pick up on what I was going to say. You know, personalized learning might seem obvious, right? That acknowledges our humanity. Think about the mastery transcript, where students are evaluated along the axes of skills and traits over the long term, or are constantly provided assessments and skill building work that aligns with their development. That has the capacity to be experiential. It acknowledges the human difference between and among students. Automated grading lets speed up our feedback to students and free up professors and teachers to work less on administrative tasks, use the data to change their instructional approaches and meet the needs of individuals. And then look at content creation, the constant stream of creativity. It's going to inspire students, result in better retention of learning, reduce attrition, strengthen the bonds of a classroom or a group of learners. And the instructor can spend less time designing small steps and more time executing, resting, reading. The options are unlimited. That's improving the learning experience, but also leveling up the humanity. The last one I'm going to say is tutoring and support. This is one of the most accessible interventions I have seen. And this is going to change so that those who have not historically been able to afford to be supported at a high level in any subject area now can. That's the definition of impacting the learning experience and improving human experience and human connections. Now students can show up in your classroom prepared and confident for the experience. So my very optimistic view is that the known knowns can skew positive when we apply them intentionally to designing for great learning and not just reproducing our old models. I want to share a story that highlights the impact of generative AI on the experiential nature of learning in a classroom. Justin Cerenzia shared this story about his time teaching AP Government last school year at a boarding school in New England called St. George's School. He's a member of the Rail Advisory Board, and he's also a member of our pilot endorsement. He told the story of how every year he would make up cases for his students to write policies. He spent time researching big topics that were occupying governmental headlines and time, and he would tailor them for his high school students to work on. And using an early model of generative AI at some point during that 2022-23 school year, Justin asked generative AI to create the cases for his class. He happened to be sharing with a lawyer friend, and he actually produced some of the examples. And the friend who I don't remember if they were either involved in lobbying or just working on policy creation, but they exclaimed that the policy work that generative AI created, those cases, were exactly like the types of cases that person had been recently and actively engaged in working on. Justin was not new to realizing that the experience of solving cases was important to his students. He already knew that great learning is experience. It's designing policy yourself. But now the new world examples are better than someone who is not personally a lawyer and involved in government actively can have and share with students. That is getting his students ready for the future. This is just a tiny glimpse. And look, I'm talking about a year and a half ago. Generative AI has made leaps and bounds since. But I have to say, these kinds of examples of how generative AI supports great learning really get me excited. So I want to hear from you again. In one word or phrase, what do you see as a primary benefit of generative AI in education? And I am intentionally requesting that you share an optimistic perspective here, but I promise there is room for dissent today, and I will invite that as well later. So share either a specific use case or experience you have had in the classroom, maybe like Justin's, or you can share your hopes for generative AI as an educator. You're also welcome to submit more than once. Maybe there's a word and a short phrase or story or description of a use case. Self-paced learning. Constructive class discussions. Personalizing differentiation. Brighter future for students. focus on higher order thinking skills instead of rote memorization, facilitating tools, productivity ensured, support to all stakeholders, refining knowledge, fast learning, time management. Oh, I'm going to come back to that concept of time management later. Inclusive learning, accessibility, efficiency, assessments and grading, instant feedback. Yes, I wish I were full-time in the classroom to take advantage of instant feedback and the impact that would have had on my students not waiting for me. Response to multi-intelligences, leverage, again, accessibility, enhancing student performance, attract students and boost their curiosity, inclusivity, efficiency, student agency. Experiential learning will be easy, by more simulation and virtual experiments. Absolutely. I had students with VR glasses visiting museums around the world. We couldn't take middle school students, students between the ages of 10 and 14 all over the world to experience, but that is one way to give them that glimpse. Time saver, fast and furious. I love it. Interaction. Okay, your responses are pouring in, and I am a super positive person by nature. So for anyone who is looking for that counter argument, I'm going to do my best. It's hard for me to lean into that space, but that is our reality, and I will be sure to do it. So let's pivot to talking about known unknowns. This is not my favorite topic. I am noticing a pattern, however, in my work and interaction with schools and with teachers and instructors. Like if I'm delivering an AI 101 workshop or discussing AI policy with school leaders, I'm noticing some trends. So returning to the work of Harding, the main topics that are presenting as unsolvable or unpredictable, unknown for now, include the sentiment of fear. Fear that AI will be abused, fear that students will stop learning, lose their desire to think critically, and use AI as a crutch to remove learning from the process of schooling. And the second topic that relates is the hunt for the perfect AI detection tool, which from my perspective and the research we have thus far doesn't yet exist. It does result in a lot of false assurances and some proven bias. So the unwillingness of schools to change their practices to great learning is resulting in fear driving many schools and many teachers and educators to looking for that stop, catching students doing something wrong. This is our opportunity to really reframe that. The future of education is new jobs. Much of what I consume tends to really skew negative related to the impact of generative AI on eliminating jobs, and then the uncertainty, that fear of what jobs are going to be needed. What are we preparing students to go off and do? And there is a validity in feeling fearful and concerned about the future of jobs. The predictions of what jobs will be eliminated and what jobs will be needed have always been a focus for schools and the broader public. And while that is completely necessary, it's a productive conversation. I love that Kitcher offered a positive spin on the elimination of jobs due to generative AI. What if this frees the opportunity for us to replace unsatisfying work with meaningful labor? He goes on to say, if students are to have fulfilled lives in which they can take on civic responsibilities and build healthy communities, they need far more than a collection of technical skills based on contemporary understandings of what ventures may equip a nation with some competitive edge. I want to go back to that. Preparing students to take on civic responsibilities and build healthy communities. Ultimately, that's what we want for them. Now, admittedly, Kitcher is very hopeful that more students will become teachers themselves. They will fall in love with learning. Several of you talked and emphasized that lifelong learning, continuous learning, that appetite and hunger to grow, that is what we want to instill in our students. What if generative AI can provide us more time and space to do what we love? maybe related to our current jobs or maybe just personal. I find that an incredible idea to wonder. So these are the topic headings for the known unknowns I pulled from generative AI. They correspond to much of what I read and experience in our work with schools. At MSA, we've been pulling data from our member schools, and these hopes and fears resonate deeply. Learning outcomes are a known unknown because we're not yet sure that learning will be measured as improving. As I mentioned earlier, the feat that my students could stop thinking and rely unskillfully and unhelpfully on generative AI, that is a possible future outcome. But remember, that's the future outcome if we don't redefine great learning and change our practices and approach in schools. The same goes for student experience. There's so many ways that we see that student experience can improve. That's the optimistic viewpoint. But if we don't pivot and focus on great learning, if we repackage schooling with generative AI as window dressing, then student engagement could plummet instead of becoming the net positive that I predict. What is the future of faculty and teaching? If profound change is called for, how will educators adapt? I have noticed that most institutions are waiting on local and national government to provide the framework for change, or waiting for the school down the street to model after. And I wonder, how much time do educational institutions have, and what's the impact of this waiting game that many of us are in? This forum is an example of how some of us are not waiting, and we are actively seeking, planning, and doing to become future ready. The second known unknown is questions. To me, it's about asking the right questions. I have heard a lot of folks asking, what will AI do to education? Many schools have a reflex, this defensive stance to generative AI. Safety and ethics and wise choices cannot be understated for all of us. But the orientation around insulation is a different choice from thinking about staying ahead and being proactive. And I'm going to return to this particular mindset later. In reality, we should be asking ourselves, what are our reactions to generative AI telling us about the current state of education? I return to the reality that some pieces of our system are broken and in need of change, and asking new questions will set us on a path to identifying and working toward great learning. Eric Hudson is one of my favorite education bloggers and thought leaders to follow. He shared a new way of asking questions. How do we become AI-conscious designers of learning experiences? So modeling after Hudson's style, I wonder about these questions that all educational institutions need to answer. Should we allow students to write using AI? Let's change that question to, why do we ask students to write? That's the question for us to answer, and that will lead to us designing schools that are modeled after great learning. Should AI be integrated into classroom teaching? What is the purpose of live instruction? How can AI enhance or detract from it? When we start to change our questions, we start to lead toward great learning, and we move away from this defensive stance. I recently met the co-founders of the Big Questions Institute. The conversation spanned many topics, but the piece I'm still mulling over today is a new way of designing internally. Many schools have a portrait of a graduate. That means the profile of a student we expect to produce from our institutions. And even if you don't have something titled Portrait of a Graduate, the picture you could make in your mind is one of that student, ideally all of them, who embody the mission on their graduation day. That is the portrait of a graduate. But what if we actually focused on the portrait of an ancestor? What if we designed our schools not just for the students right in front of us, but for their children's children's children? What are all of the ways great learning will set that individual on a path toward making transformational change for the generations that are to follow them? To me, this is the stunning question. It's a beautiful question, and it seems lofty to be transposed on our static schooling systems, but very accessible to schools with an appetite and readiness to experience real change. So I will now allow for some dissent. What do you see as your biggest challenge with generative AI and education? What is your known unknown or known known that keeps you up at night and makes you worried about the students in front of you and your future students? What if the concept of education itself is lost? Plagiarism, reliance, and I'll say over-reliance on AI. Good achievements could be lost. What will be the depth of knowledge? Laziness. Criteria to pick and choose from the AI provided information. Yeah, how do we land on what that criteria will be? Getting the hang of prompt engineering in a way that enables me to teach much better. That's the personal journey. How will I, as an educator, be equipped? Ethical use, curriculum. There's a lot of work ahead of us to get to great learning. I'm now going to share one approach to designing future-ready schools. I'm going to get to Rail, but I'm going to present the PACE layer model first, and we're going to go from the inside out. So Stewart Brand came up with this idea many years ago that everything in the world consists of different PACE layers. At the bottom are the layers that move and change the slowest. And as you get closer to the top, you find the layers that move the fastest. Each layer interacts with the layer above it and the layer below it, so that each layer is influencing the other layers. So from Stewart's perspective, in order to master the future, we need to understand these PACE layers and translate them into the context of schools. So the way we think about it here at MSA is the bottom layer, that school culture and identity, that is the slowest moving layer. Above that, school governance, infrastructure, program, and practices at the top. And if you think about it, we all have experiences with practices as educators that align with the pendulum swing. One year, this is the accepted pedagogy, and before you know it, we're pivoting to something else. While some practices are profound and deep, they can change quickly. Maybe one instructor has the autonomy to make change in their practice as they see fit. Right now, as of May 2024, most of the work out in the world around generative AI is attacking only 2 of these 5 layers. EdTech companies are quite focused on practices at the top. They're creating applications that affect how we can do assessments, lessons, and instruction. And there are some nonprofits and consultants helping schools and systems to update their bylaws or refresh their policies. These 2 interventions are good and absolutely necessary, just not sufficient. I'm curious for folks who have joined, I'm curious to know where you see your impact and your, what layers can you personally control? And I want you to think of this question coming while you're looking at the Rail difference. So on the right-hand side here, you see our required evidence. Rail intentionally invites schools to address all 5 of the PACE layers in their change. And all of our evidence maps to those layers. So schools are reconsidering great learning from their very foundations all the way up to their practices. In order to create real change in our schools around the power of AI to fuel great learning experiences, we need to address change at all 5 of the PACE layers. Rail commits to 3 things. It's about reimagining what great learning looks like and using generative AI to bring that to life. We're watching out for the integration of generative AI without first assessing the purpose and impact. And Rail is an implementation framework rooted in successful change after we address each of the 5 PACE layers. So which PACE layers do you personally influence? Oh, I love this reflection. Customization and true harmony between cultural norms and provided information and skills would be highly challenging. You are completely right. What I'm asking schools to do through their process of Rail with us at MSA is incredibly hard. So folks who are on this call, maybe you're a university president, maybe you are in administration and you have some influence on culture and identity. I see that coming through. And for some of them, some of you here, maybe you are an instructor, you don't run your department, and so your latitude really rests in practices. It's important for schools to assemble teams of folks who have different influence over these different PACE layers and to start to design for change and great learning together. I'm going to give a brief overview of Rail. So I shared earlier that at MSA, our stance on generative AI is that we had to be involved. This quote about being actors and taking on the responsibility of leading schools and school leaders is rooted in our purpose, vision, and strategic plan. So predating Rail, we decided that our purpose is to inspire wise change, and our vision is to be the source for school leaders. And the strategies of relevance, reach, and resilience are clearly answered by addressing generative AI. So our Rail pilot this spring, the first endorsement in a series, is on AI literacy, safety, and ethics. That's the journey we're taking schools through. There's a spectrum of options before school leaders right now, and I took some liberties with Bali's original 4 points, and I made them into 5. But I want to be clear that I don't think there is one answer presented here in terms of what school leaders have the choice to do. I think at least some people should have virtually indiscriminate use of generative AI to understand it and experiment with it deeply, even in schools. I also do believe, having worked with young people in my career, that generative AI should be highly restricted for some based on age and appropriateness to access. But knowing that the school leader is responsible for transformational change, MSA designed Rail to meet the needs of school leaders that are willing to be an early adopter. They're not waiting for everyone else to say what we're supposed to do. Rail is for school leaders who are seeking a guide, who need access to best practices and trustworthy resources, and who are prepared and also have the decision-making power to align and inspire their schools to change. So the endorsement is a credential that proves a school's responsible, and it's built on the same concept model of accreditation. There's a clear standard. In this case, it's AI literacy, safety, and ethics. And then there's key concepts. Here's 3 of our key concepts that include indicators of quality. So in order to earn the endorsement, a system or school shares various forms of the required evidence I just showed you related to these indicators. And yet, the Rail endorsement is different from accreditation. In fact, I'm aware that accreditation is not exactly a favorite process for some schools. I'm partial to MSA's human touch in our process, of course. But accreditation has to be grounded in research-based best practices, whereas Rail, this endorsement, allows us the space to look at leading-edge and effective practices, not what you have been doing and reinforcing or checking a box, but thinking about how that might change. Accreditation is mostly a reflection framework. It mostly has us look backwards at what we have been doing. And the Rail endorsement is mostly an implementation framework. It's about changing things going forward. And accreditation, to think metaphorically, it's very good at raising the floor, but this endorsement is about raising the ceiling and moving the walls. This is unlocking the potential for tremendous change in schools. For MSA on this journey, we're starting at the top here with literacy, safety, and ethics. And the 2 other endorsements that would be required for a foundational domain will be governance and infrastructure, as well as essential learner experience. And then down the line, schools can opt into additional endorsements. I see comments coming in about what about all the training, the standards that educators need to reach. That's where talent would come in. That extensive professional development is already part of our process, but schools can go farther. They can hire for folks who are going to be skilled and open to really being committed to great learning. Obviously, there's, of course, going deeper into operations and then even an advanced learner experience for schools that are really ready for their students to have experiences that aren't currently happening. So the self-study part of the process is the easy piece. Anyone can look at their mission and think about, how do I rewrite this so that our school is future ready? But it's going to be the change plan and the strategy implementation that follows that's going to prove most challenging to the slow moving evolution of education. I love Tom Vander Ark's quote here that AI is going to change schools and systems. And our purpose in designing Rail is to equip school leaders with the models, tools, and resources to create mission-driven change from the foundations of culture and identity. So I want to ask you, what are your sources for generative AI guidance? Who are you reading right now? Who do you follow on social media? Who do you listen to on podcasts? And who's your go-to, your consult for best practice advice? I'm curious what you're consuming. You have a glimpse into some of the folks I follow. I do follow Eric Hudson and Philippa Hardman. But I would love to hear from this global audience. Who else? Feel free to share generously your resources. All right, I have 6 minutes left. So before my 5-minute warning, I just want to show this image. I love this particular glimpse into the future. There is so much going on here, but it's talking about a lot of what you know. AI is going to have a big impact on efficiency and effectiveness for all. And this is specifically from Constellation Research that provided the spin on education that at the start, it seemed like students were embracing generative AI and educators were loathing it. But they think there's a turning point coming now that courseware and learning management systems are incorporating generative AI in ways that really benefit. And so the overall forecast is optimistic, which, you know, speaks to my heart. So as educators, think of the possibilities personally. Think about your individual capacity to do research, to personalize learning experiences, to streamline your administrative tasks. And think about what is open to educators when generative AI is leveraged to support them. And then think of your students. We're going to be teaching students for generations that already have personal assistants, that have specialized tutors in every subject, and they're going to have exceptional executive function thanks to generative AI. It seems like the possibilities will be endless. So in closing, I hope the feeling you have about the future of generative AI on education is one of hope, even if that feeling is rightly rooted in the understanding that we have a lot of work ahead of us. I am comforted by a consistent refrain from thought leaders I respect that at least one key to our success will be maintaining our humanity and continuing to value our connectedness and our experiences together. So I really value this time to connect with you. I'm so grateful for folks participating actively in the chat and engaging my questions. Please continue to share your resources. And for anyone who is interested in continuing the conversation, you are welcome to scan my QR code up here. It links you directly to my LinkedIn profile. I would be happy to take questions and comments that continue there. And now I'm going to open up the question list. I'm not sure how many have come in since I started. I don't see questions for me in the that have come in while I was speaking, but for anyone who wants to post here, I'm happy to see in the chat any questions you have for me about the future of education. And I appreciate the resource sharing. Folks are definitely scanning YouTube, consuming educational podcast, dabbling with ChatGPT. I would say sometimes I'm asked what is advice for school leaders, advice for teachers, and I would say one of my major pieces of advice for you are to spend time, if you're not already, really leaning into practicing with generative AI. Experience it for yourself, even if you want to do it personally. I started it personally and now I use it professionally every single day. And if anyone hasn't checked out ChatGPT Omni, if it's permitted where you are, I highly recommend that you check out some of the accessibility that would be there with that platform. There's really interesting new things are being unlocked literally week by week. Oh, I see a couple of names I'm not familiar with, so I'm excited to save them. Michelle Casorla and another person you follow, Leon, I'm going to say Furze, F-U-R-Z-E. This is excellent. Oh, and someone is sharing from Pakistan. They have an AI school. That is fascinating. Another one is Razia, R-A-Z-I-A, someone amazing and sharing content on research. Fabulous. Okay, I'm going to wrap up my time with you here. But again, I just thank you and thank you to Abu Dhabi University.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amber. This was incredibly fruitful, and I can see from the engagement that's happening on the chat box that everyone really benefited. Thank you so much for coming here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to our last session, which will be a panel discussion. The AI Classroom, Transforming Education with AI, which will be moderated by Ms. Nabila Bashir, the Director of Business Development and Growth at Queen Rania Teacher Academy. Allow me to also welcome our panelists, Dr. Christine Ghalib, Early Stage Startup Advisor, Adjunct Professor and Author, Mr. Amjad Abu Hilal, Technology and E-Learning Manager and Principal of Teacher Educator QRTA, and Ms. Sajamru, Senior Educational Technology Officer at QRTA. Ms. Nabila, please proceed. Thank you all for coming here. We really appreciate it. And as usual, I'll also remind you 5 minutes before the given time ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm so glad to be joining you all today here. And Nancy, you did an amazing job as an MC for this conference today. I'm so glad to be joined with our esteemed panelists here who will enrich our discussion with practical advice to educators. We really enjoyed the previous sessions and keynote remarks, where they really highlighted so many important ideas and targeting different levels. Like they targeted some of them advice for policymakers, there's advice for teachers, school leaders, educational institutes in general, and hopefully we will conclude our day here with some very practical examples, trying to take everything they mentioned during the previous sessions and put it into an AI classroom. Here at the Queen Rania Teacher Academy, we have something called like the Innovation Lab, where we do a lot of innovative ideas in designing and developing programs that meet the need of educators. In addition to those innovative ideas, we add different departments to help and support in the content of those programs for teachers, through different channels. So we have the communication team, we have the research team, we have the monitoring and evaluation learning team as well. In addition to have the academic team, which is in the core of all of that. All those, they use AI in different effective ways. So today we're gonna hear from our esteemed panelists some practical examples that worked well for us and for them as well. And hopefully teachers, educators will be able to benefit. So we are joined by esteemed experts from Jordan and the UAE as well. And I'm eager to engage in what promises to be a very fruitful discussion. So Ms. Christine, welcome. Can you tell us more about the work you do in regarding AI in education and AI classrooms as well?
Sure. And can everyone hear me okay? You can give me a thumbs up or you can
chat something, but I always like to do a mic check. There we go. Good. And I want to start by thanking everybody, thanking our previous panelists, as well as our amazing moderator and organizers. So a little bit about what I do is I kind of dabble in all realms. And so I'm an early stage startup advisor as well as an adjunct professor. And I might be a professor who has that full-time job elsewhere. And so I heavily encourage the use of artificial intelligence with my students. And I'll qualify that by saying, specifically referring to generative AI. There's a distinction which I think we need to kind of press on and kind of know our definitions. And so platforms like ChatGPT, AI image generators, content generators, et cetera, I think have a very strong role in our classroom and schools. And so I see AI and generative AI and the startup and tech space, shaping investments, shaping how we think about ecosystems as well as education. And then I also see that in the classroom, particularly in the high school, the secondary school setting, as well as in the higher ed settings. And so that's the headline of how I encourage using generative AI. And we'll come back to that throughout our panel.
Amazing, the ecosystem and having a holistic system, because many of the previous speakers, they mentioned that in different levels, what is it a teacher should be doing? What is it that's the impact on students? What is it that schools and school leaders should be doing? We will come to that in more details during our discussion, and I'm looking forward to our discussion. Now, moving to Ms. Amjad Abu Hilal, who is the e-learning senior manager at the Queen Radiant Teacher Academy. Hi, hello, Ms. Amjad.
Hi, how are you, Nabila? Thank you for the introduction. Yeah.
Yes, all is well. Can you tell more about the work you do as the e-learning manager, and in specific, how do you use AI in your daily tasks or in the work you do, Ms. Amjad?
Definitely. In a nutshell, I would say that introduction of AI in our work actually facilitated a lot of the tasks that we do. We actually try to integrate, as Christian just mentioned, that we just go into generative AI, like content production tools and applications. We also, the image AI creators. For example, one of the things that takes time is writing a script and proofreading the script and the language editing of any scripts that we receive for our video productions. With extensive research and trying to experience how the tools that we were able to come up with, we found out that, for example, we have one of the, let's say, the tools that we use does some kind of language proofing, vocalizing, along with the language proofing and the vocalizing, it does some kind of changing of the statements that we have. This usually used to take some time with the language team. And therefore, now it facilitated it. Along with this, when we need certain images that we need to add to our e-content, it's easy now to go into, for example, ChatGPT 4, where there's part where it asks for a certain image, and you customize it and you modernize it the way that you need and suits the content that you need. So in general, it helps out in writing, editing, producing, and there are also some tools that help us also to produce the videos and edit them at the same time. This is why we can call it a facilitator of the work.
Thank you so much. That sounds really interesting, and I can't wait to learn more about more details about that work. Now to Ms. Saja, who is the Education Technology Officer at the Queen Rania Teacher Academy and a specialist in the tools. Whenever we need any innovative tools, Ms. Saja is the go-to person. So tell us more, Ms. Saja, about the work you do and how do you use AI in that?
Thank you, Nabila. First, hello, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with you today in this event that much needed nowadays. So although AI technology has been in our lives for many years, for example, Siri in our smartphones or Alexa in our homes, its potential were limited. When I was doing my undergraduate degree in computer engineering, I studied AI, and I've never thought it would come at this level. So honestly, I started using AI or specifically ChatGPT when it became a trend and everyone was talking about it. So I said to myself, let's give it a try. And ever since, my life was not the same anymore. Now I use AI whenever I can, mostly in repetitive tasks. It can really save my time. So for example, whenever I have a document to be summarized, I ask chatbot like ChatGPT to summarize it for me and write the main ideas. Another example is when I encounter a terminology that is not in my expertise, I ask ChatGPT. Normally, it would take me hours to search the internet, but now ChatGPT explains it to me in minutes. And not just that, but also ChatGPT can simplify it for me or give me examples or explain it in other words until I understand it. And you cannot honestly get that with just a simple Google search. I see it as a quick and fast win. That's why I call AI chatbots like ChatGPT my smart buddies, because I can always count on them.
Wow, amazing. I love that expression, and we will get back to that in more details. Now, I have been a teacher a computer science teacher for so many years, and teaching is in the blood. So it's very important for me to get the engagement of the audience. If you allow me to share a poll with the audience. And because our topic is about AI in education. And when we hear about AI in education, AI in the classroom, sorry, what is it? How does an AI classroom look like? So I would love to, if you can scan the QR code and share your thoughts. How do you envision an AI classroom? Or is it just a terminology that we use? Does it exist anyway? Or do we envision the future of an AI classroom? What is it, one word that comes to mind when you hear the word an AI classroom? So please scan the QR code, personalized learning. And that's one item we're going to talk about today. Development, definitely. Smart tools, innovation. Today, actually, throughout the previous sessions, so many terms related to AI and how that can be taken in the classroom. Engaging, teacher assistant. Wow, I love that. Maybe you can start with that as our first question. Student-centered, definitely. Differentiated instruction, innovation. My facilitator. Critical thinking. It does challenge us, right, to think in a critical way. I do agree with that. Actually, this audience is amazing. The participation, but the quality of participation is very unique. I'm so glad. Simulation, definitely. Augmented reality, maybe as well. Collaborative interactivity. Clear objectives, because it's very precise, as Saja maybe mentioned. It summarizes something that makes it very clear for us as teachers, as educators. So to continue this engagement and keep up the engagement, when I ask ChatGPT, what does what does it mean to have an AI classroom? So it started drafting a document with so many important features that an AI classroom should have. So which one do you think is more important? It mentioned that it includes interactive learning systems, data-driven insights, using data from students to analyze students' progress, automation of administrative tasks like attendance, tracking students' presence, all of that takes so much time from teachers now can be done through the AI systems. It also mentioned enhanced content delivery, and the way we deliver content as teachers can be really, really in a different way. It supports teachers with different tools for planning, for assessments. So which one do you think is more important for us? And real-time feedback, of course. I remember when I used to grade papers, it used to take so long, especially the essays. And today we have seen with I think Professor Muhammad, how he does grading in an efficient, amazing way, and it's accurate. So real-time feedback, that's very interesting. And I believe that maybe all of them are very important to have an AI classroom. And thank you for your responses, the engagement. I love the thumbs up and the heart as well. So next to maybe if we can start with our discussion. And today we're going to focus on AI classroom. How does it look like? And is there any standard concept called the AI classroom? Who should be involved in the design of an AI classroom? Teachers, students, school leaders, parents, school admin team. So when talking about AI classroom, should we focus on learning? Should we focus on the learning environment or assessment? And those are the main focus of our discussion today. Thank you so much for your engagement. And with that in mind, if I may start with Saja, with a very straightforward question. Ms. Saja, as someone who has experience teaching and a specialist in EdTech tools, I always recognize the necessity for an assistant to handle the numerous daily tasks we face as educators. Would it be accurate to say that AI now can be considered such as an assistant for teachers?
Absolutely, Nabila. AI is the free assistant every teacher dreams of having. And this assistant is smart and equipped to help teachers in so many aspects to save their time and efforts, freeing their time to focus on innovating and improving the learning journey and environment of their learners. AI is really good at doing repetitive tasks, as I said before, such as preparing lesson plans, creating interactive teaching resources, such as videos, images, stories, and even PowerPoint presentations. And not just the repetitive tasks, AI, I believe, can help teachers overcome some of the main challenges they face every day in every lesson. So as you know, a typical classroom would have students with diverse needs and abilities, and teachers have to meet those different needs at every single day. Now, I think with AI, teachers can easily find ways and ideas to meet those needs and interests. All they have to do is just start a chat with their new smart assistant, AI chatbot. It would suggest a list of different activities, scaffolding techniques to support all students. And not just the chatbots like ChatGPT, there are some other AI tools that are designed specifically for teachers. They are, for example, EduAid, Magic School, and MarkMate AI. And I encourage every one of you to check them out today.
Yeah, thank you, Saja. And if you may type them in on the chat so educators can benefit from it. Thank you so much. However, despite of all this, you made it look so simple, by the way. But I'm really curious to know, is the process complex? I mean, does it require capacity building for teachers? What steps do teachers need to take to use AI in their classrooms in an effective way? Because it's very important to have an effective way. So Amjad, can any teacher have an AI classroom? Is it so complicated? What do they need?
Well, Nabila, building on what Saja just mentioned, let's consider the AI as your partner or your teacher assistant. When we talk about AI, it's not always complex process. Definitely any new venture requires kind of capacity building. And that capacity building starts from you as a teacher. How would you actually improve yourself while you're working in class? Is it complex? No, it's not complex. Because when we discuss about AI, we have lots of different, like for example, at the beginning, when we started using, okay, let's use laptops or use interactive boards, everyone was just a little bit tired and were scared of using such a new thing. Any new venture, there's always resistance to change. So when the AI first was brought up, it was a scary topic. Would it replace me? What would I do with it? How would I deal with it? People gradually started seeing that it facilitates my life. May I just share my screen to show you something that I was thinking of yesterday, how I can move from old to gold. Many teachers, I don't know, do I have the ability to share, please?
Yes, I think you can.
Okay. I'm just going to share a very simple thing, honestly speaking. It's about one of the tools that we used to use. Everybody loves to use it, which is, for example, Padlet. If I may use it right now and show it to all of you. Remember Padlet? Padlet, everybody uses Padlet. Everybody uses PowerPoint. But let me show you something about Padlet and how it is easy, very easy to use. Padlet, for example, I hope it's going to work with you, has this option, if I may show you this. We all use Padlet. But what did they do with Padlet? If I press start or make a new Padlet, can you see this part that we have over here? They added something new to it, which is create with AI. So I really moved from old and existing applications into something that was added to it, which is how can AI help me? Look how easy it is. For example, I can ask AI to produce for me a discussion board. What do I do with that? I start adding the outcomes that I need from that discussion board or for any event. Let me show you an example I've done. I had a workshop a couple of days ago, and I asked Padlet to write for me a few questions where the learners would learn about, for example, assessing classroom echoes through dilemma. And I specified how many questions. Can you see my screen, how easy it was actually to produce how many questions? It produced for me 8 questions in a matter of 2 minutes. And those 8 questions were actually produced as per my directions, as the outcomes that I fed in. So that was something easy. If I may move also right now into PowerPoint. All teachers love to use PowerPoint. Now, let me open one of the PowerPoints. Do you see this particular part that I have over here? What does it say? ChatGPT PowerPoint AI. All that you have to do, we all use PowerPoint. I can start from a topic. I can start from a text, or I can go to YouTube, get a video from YouTube, and ask the PowerPoint to produce slides for me. Example, I can start from a topic. I can write, for example, uses of AI in education. I can use change the language that I need, and then we have the number, you specify the number of slides. In no time, I go for continue and starts to produce the PowerPoint for me. Definitely, I want to emphasize on one thing. Although it's not a complex process, but it needs your presence as a teacher, because you have to be able to know what directions and information am I feeding in. Plus, don't show it directly. Proofread it, check if it satisfies your outcomes, and then it. Now, as you can see, it produced 7 slides for me. How? Let's see. I can choose whatever background I need, and then I press continue. Now, in no time, I'm sorry, I've taken some time from my colleagues, but just to show exactly how you as a teacher can produce your PowerPoint presentations in no time. So what did we do? We used something that is already existing, and then here you go. Now, the presentation is here. It's ready. It has everything that you asked them to do. Now, what's your role as a teacher? My role is to proofread every single slide. If I want to change the backgrounds, if I want to change, for example, the graphics that they use. So, see, Nabila, it's not a complex process, actually.
Actually, it's really easy, and I think I would be using that at work as well, not only teachers. Thank you so much, and that's like a real-time example that all teachers can use it, and we use like PowerPoint, we use Padlet on daily basis in everything that we do for engagement or for presenting our work as well. Thank you for sharing that. So now, Ms. Kristen. Professor Ghassan, in his opening remarks in the morning, said that AI will change the landscape of education. And he emphasized that everybody has to be on board, or it's not a choice. So school leaders usually play a vital role in driving change in schools. In the previous session, there was a great discussion around also generative AI, and Amber also tapped into the role of leaders and the importance of that and building the capacity of leaders as well. Is it relevant for leaders, AI for leaders? What does it look like? And what roles do we expect from leaders in supporting introducing AIs into classrooms or their school systems or in their operational aspects of running their schools? So what do we expect from leaders and what is their main role here?
And Ms. Nabila, that is such a great question because it's the crux of the matter, right? We can talk about teachers integrating AI in their classrooms. We have an integration, I think, is that key word, right? We can talk about students using AI. We can talk about parents using AI. But as school leaders and as those decision makers, we have to create that culture where we differentiate not just for students, but we differentiate also for teachers. And we give teachers that flexibility to determine which tools to use in their classroom to create not a culture of fear. And we talked about some of those questions, you know, will I be replaced? Will my job be replaced? But where leaders can be empowered to say, as opposed to asking, you know, let's not use AI or let's, you know, maintain one focus or the other, to ask the questions, how do we use AI to better promote student outcomes, to better encourage diversity, not just of thought, but diversity of culture in our classrooms? How do we integrate artificial intelligence into our classrooms and our culture to streamline work, to create more opportunities for students, to think through things like personalized learning? And I think a key strand here for leaders is to take the position of humility, where we don't know all the answers and we don't know what the future is like, but we do know that we have the key people in the roles in our schools and organizations to be able to make those decisions and help us think with us rather than create divisions where it becomes uncertain or we become afraid to integrate AI. So leaders have a huge role to play in terms of creating a culture that fosters innovation and embracing the unknown, right? We talked about known unknowns and a little bit of what the future holds earlier. Giving teachers choice to integrate artificial intelligence in their classrooms, whether that is using ChatGPT and creating that PowerPoint, whether that's encouraging homework assignments, and providing the training for teachers, promoting those professional development opportunities through cases like RAIL, for example. Amber talked about RAIL. Going to conferences, sharing those learnings with the school community once you come back to the school, and then showcasing the learnings as well, so that there's an element of success and celebration. So I know I've talked a whole bunch, but the leaders are integral because we're the decision makers that bring forth the ideas and create the culture, not of fear and of uncertainty, but of true exploration and curiosity to embrace and integrate artificial intelligence.
That's amazing, and I truly believe that leaders, they drive change in their schools, and they are the safe. They should be the safe place to go for teachers. I love the statement you mentioned. They should also differentiate the needs of different teachers, not only on a student level, and they should embrace. Definitely, no one knows it all, and I totally agree with you. And to have the courage to say, I don't know, I think that is top in leadership skills for any school leaders, and to be able also the culture. I believe any successful school is due to a culture of sharing, apart from fear, and dare to try. They to try the use of technology, the use of AI, and ideas, innovative ideas that teachers may have, students may have, or even the leaders themselves. So this community of practice and sharing of ideas, I believe it's so essential in any school system, and specific when it's something like that. Everyone is it's very uncertain what are the results yet, and we don't really know that a teacher using AI is it better, is it worse? So that's so insightful, Kristen. Thank you for sharing. And now I think turning back to Seja, and with a focus on how AI is integrated in our classroom and its influence on the teaching roles. Her Excellency Mahra this morning mentioned that in the importance of digital skills, and so may you share with us some examples of the skills and competencies that are improved as well, apart from the knowledge. Now, the knowledge, we search for the knowledge, teachers learn how to use that, but what are the skills that comes like a package with the knowledge gained through the use of AI in education, in our classrooms, or in the educational process as overall?
Yes, of course, Nabila. I believe AI does not only help teachers achieve the learning goals of each subject, it can help instill other skills, such as collaboration, creativity, teamwork, communication, problem solving, and so on. To illustrate, I would like to share a personal experience. When I was a novice teacher, my students in grade 3 did not like to work in groups as a one team. They always wanted to work with their best friends. As a teacher, I wanted to teach them respect and teamwork skills, because we don't only teach the subject, we need to prepare those kids for real life. I decided to prepare a weekly plan that took me hours and hours every week just to design activities that would encourage them to collaborate and respect one another. And now, reflecting back on those days, I wish I had this smart assistant. Imagine the hours that I would have saved if I had the ChatGPT. And not just that, I also recently met a teacher who shared how she uses AI to generate songs and plays to her students to help her students memorize vocabulary words and practice them. Before, this would be impossible. Most teachers cannot be songwriters and playwriters, but now they can just ask AI to write a song or a play, and they'll have it ready in minutes. And I just think that teachers in this era are really lucky.
I truly believe that's very true, and it does facilitate the work, and maybe later on we will tap into what support teachers need to do all that, and what capacity building do teachers, leaders need to be able to apply it effectively, and to be away from any risks in the use of AI. We know that in the previous sessions also they mentioned there are many challenges and some fears around using AI in the classrooms in specific. So maybe we will get back to the support needed for teachers to apply that. Thank you, Seja. And I used to be a teacher as well. Maybe I mentioned that. And we used to spend so many hours designing lesson plans in different formats, in different aspects. And now knowing the idea what you're going to teach and what activities you want to apply, generative AI can do it in a few minutes. So that's maybe one of the advantages for teachers, is that rather than spending time in some things that AI or technology can do, we spend more time with students, having quality time with students in their personalized learning, definitely. Thank you so much for sharing your personal experience as well.
You're welcome.
So back to Christine, and as an author who works with both adults and children, and when discussing AI in classroom, we certainly face ethical concerns associated with the use of AI tools. Could you elaborate on what might be considered cheating or plagiarism in this context, and what is acceptable, and how can we distinguish that, especially as parents, maybe as teachers, as leaders who should be encouraging all of this? To you, Kristen.
And Ms. Nabila, that is such a great question. I think it's top of mind for every educator. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat too. So if you are willing to answer the question in the chat, definitely do so for everyone, or for just the panelists and the hosts, depending on your comfort level. Who has had experience with students who have used AI and they've not cited it, they've not told you, and you've caught them? You can maybe give a thumbs up or a yes or a no, and I'll try to keep my eye on the chat as well. So when we think about AI, and yeah, I see some thumbs up coming in. Right. And something I tell my students all the time is I highly encourage them to use whatever tools are available to them to help them become creators of content rather than just consumers of it. And so that's, to me, one of the main purposes and goals of education, is that as teachers, our role is not to spoon feed information and to tell them, here's our students, here's the answer, it's yes or no, and I say the answer and that's it. Our role is to develop those critical thinking skills and ways of understanding how to consume knowledge with the intention of creating more knowledge. And so there was some chat and strands of conversation earlier of, will our roles be replaced if students can just use AI all the time? I don't think they will, because as Stephen Hawking said, intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. And that's exactly what we're doing as a society of educators and educational leaders. We're adapting to change, and more than that, we're driving that change. So when we think about ethics and plagiarism and what constitutes fair use of AI, I think that comes down to a few things: is giving our students the permission to use artificial intelligence for their assignments, and also qualifying that by saying, cite which platform you used. Tell us about how you used it, and tell us about your own methodology in understanding whether the information that whatever AI platform spat out, whether that's ChatGPT, for example, tell us about how you reviewed that information for accuracy. Because another thing that we see when we teach, I see some chat about age restrictions for using, and certainly, parental consent and kind of having parents involved here is also one way to create different understandings of ethics of AI. But I'm trying to make sure I'm keeping my eye on the chat too at the same time. I think when we think through understanding the methodology for whether the AI was correct, that adds another layer of better understanding plagiarism. Plagiarism, and we do this when we cite our peers, when we publish papers, we're giving credit where credit is due. And so the same logic can be extended to using AI collaboration tools. Give that credit to where it's due, and also qualify the methodology for understanding what prompts the students put in to generate that knowledge. I think that's where we can create guardrails as a community so that we're on the same page with how we're using artificial intelligence and why we're using it, when, and driving back to creation rather than just consumption of information. And so having those open conversations with students, just like you wouldn't borrow a peer's research and not cite them, you wouldn't use an artificial intelligence thoughts and not qualify or cite those. So those are some thoughts around plagiarism and how we can think about ethics and ethical use of artificial intelligence.
So basically what you're saying is all about communication, like communicating well to the student. What does it mean to code and how to code? And then at the same time, it's okay to use generated text content from those tools, but also to refer to it properly.
Yes, 100%. You beautifully captured perhaps my long-winded answer in just a few short sentences. Communication is key, and involving numerous stakeholders is also key, because then everybody can be on the same page with how and why we're using artificial intelligence to streamline some of those more administrative procedures or to create a better dialogue and conversations amongst us as humans. And so I see artificial intelligence as a tool. With any tool, you've got to establish rules for use of that tool.
Amazing. And maybe here we can recommend to those educators with us and teachers in specific to have an awareness session, because you mentioned the stakeholders, to invite parents, for example, to their schools and tell them what is ChatGPT, for example, or other tools they are using, and how their kids should be using it, how they should be monitoring their usage, so they can safely use it in the classrooms. But because when they are home, we really don't have control and we don't know how they're using it. And parents may struggle also to support when it's allowed, when it's not. One of our educators here, they suggested that it should be age restricted, and that's the recommendation, that some tools should be restricted for a certain age due to some ethical implications as well. So having this, as going back to your first maybe comment, was like having this professional learning community in a school where you have a supportive leader, you have an engaging teacher, innovative ideas, and creating this environment, the culture in a school where they can communicate freely their ideas would be, and with a focus on AI and the use of AI, could be something that we recommend to our colleagues who are attending with us today.
I love that. Yes. I just wanted to footnote the highlighting of a community of practice around artificial intelligence. Something I encourage my graduate students to do is use ChatGPT for competitive analysis, for example, of a landscape as they're building the argument for why their business should be created. And so part of that is learning how to prompt engineer so that you can better define your landscape, better understand everything that is out there, and then use that to your advantage. So I think that communication, the culture building, the community of practice is key.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's hopefully we trigger some ideas from this discussion to our colleagues here. So back to Amjad, Ms. Amjad, and today earlier the CEO of QRTA, Dr. Usama Baidat, mentioned in his opening remarks that AI play an important role in personalizing learning, and the challenge that educators face in differentiating instruction in their classrooms. And we know how hard it is when you have diverse classrooms. So shifting from ethical implications to personalized learning and differentiated instructions, it's essential to explore how can AI support differentiated instruction in classrooms. And if you may discuss how can AI aid differentiated learning, and perhaps share some examples, practical examples that work, that teachers can implement and take as a takeaway from this session into their classrooms.
Sure. Thank you, Nabila. Before replying to this question, I just want to assure, because we had some of our, I was just also keeping my eye on the chat. AI can never replace a teacher. A teacher replaces a teacher. How would that happen? A teacher with a good digital background and a teacher who's adaptive is actually a teacher that replaces another. Even if the students are able to use the AI tools, there will always be something new in that direction. Therefore, the teacher should be there to direct the students how to use those tools. So rest assured, it will never replace us, inshallah. It's just us how we keep track of the changes. You emphasize on a very important item, and that is about personalized learning. Now, differentiation or differentiated instructions are just kind of strategies that would lead to personalized learning. And we all know how the teachers usually suffered to have personalized paths per student. And that took a long time because this needs analysis of the students' behaviors, analysis of their personas, that means how they react to the lessons and how they react to the content. Now with AI facilitated this whole thing. So for example, most of the platforms that are used for teaching and learning, once you go into that platform, they ask you certain questions. And as per those questions that you reply to, they personalize the learning path to you. Would you like me to show you an example on this, Nabila? Let me just share.
I love examples because I
know
really
you do.
want everyone to know that, yeah, we can do it. And we can, straight after this discussion, go to their classrooms and implement it.
Exactly. It's all doable, by the way. You just need to do your homework as a teacher. And as teachers, we love to give homeworks, but we never do ours. Let's do ours right now. For example, I would just simply take you to one of the platforms that I usually use. For example, I was looking for a course on some of the standards. So to know exactly at what level should I go into that standard, I was asked a few questions. I picked the course that I needed. Once I picked the courses that I needed, what did they started to do? They started asking me questions. So for example, I'm gonna do just a random thing. Just answer question per question, and then they will lead you to another. As per your replies, because now it's just a little bit stuck. As per your replies, you always get, for example, what to do and how you're going to deal with it. Let me go to the previous questions, for example. That's my one. And then you start moving forward. Okay, and they give you a tracking. Which track would you take? Are you a level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4? This used to take a long time from the teachers to help out or to track your paths or where you're going to learn. Most of the platforms or the learning management systems that you would refer to and you try to enroll in the courses, they start to give you questions and then they track your learning. Aside to this, you have so many things you need to think of. There's a difference between differentiation and personalized learning. Differentiation is what you do when you deal with your students and how you react with them and how you engage with them. Inside the classroom, outside the classroom, how you prepare your lesson plans before. But when you think personalized learning, this is where you start thinking of every single student in your classroom. You do your homework about them. You do the analysis of their data. If there's any anomaly, in your classroom, you would know, how did this student that was always at this level of understanding went down or up? You start to explore more. Maybe you've done something wrong. You need to know to redirect them into the correct way. AI does this for you. Lots of tools could help you to do that. Lots of easy tools that are already present that can help you in doing such a thing. So as you can see, it's just a facilitator. As my colleague Saja mentioned, your partner in crime, if I may say so. They are your helpers. They will not replace you, they're your helpers. And as Dr. Osama mentioned this morning, we do use a lot of AI tools in our work just to guide us and to let us know how our learners are. And we can proudly say that we do try our best to customize all of the learning experience to reach all of the learners in their own personalized and let's say differentiated method.
Thank you so much, and thank you for clarifying also the difference between and showing as an example of personalized learning, where the next question is adapted according to my own response. That's amazing. And earlier today as well, and we can talk about like an AI classroom without equipping teachers well for this classroom. So this is whoever wants to jump in, unmute yourselves, and please share your thoughts. What kind of support do teachers in a specific need? Because we're talking about classrooms. Inside classrooms, I have learning environments, I have tools, I have technical support, I have the infrastructure that I need. There are so many factors that are related to achieve an AI classroom that we all envision. So what kind of support? Earlier during, I think, Dr. Siba's session, she mentioned about teachers training, and she mentioned, I think, four different pillars that is very important, and for different questions that we should be asking ourselves to support teachers, because teachers don't know. They don't know, maybe they didn't study in college how to use AI in education, and they're always self-learners. So what pedagogical support do they need? And I was like reading the chat, where can we get training, how to use ChatGPT, how to use it in schools, how to use it in assessment. So please feel free to add your thoughts. What capacity building do they need, and where to find it, and how can we support teachers to be able to have the dream AI classrooms?
May I start, Nabila?
Yes, yes, Amjad, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I think the starting position for any teacher is to really stop, reflect, and think. What do I need from AI? Do I need it for lesson planning? Do I need it for personalized learning? What do I really need from the AI? That's number one. Number two, evaluate yourself. Just find yourself. Do I have the proper digital literacy needed before I move into AI? These are questions of self-reflection. Then it's nice to move into a very important thing. How can I improve myself? Which entities should I go to? Always refer to entities that are credible, reliable, and you really trust what they offered you. AI is not a very complicated thing. It's always a handy thing. There's always high cost, low cost AI, things that depends on the infrastructure. Does your school provide a proper infrastructure for you so you can integrate AI in your teaching and learning? Many questions you need to start discussing and talking about it before you actually choose the entity you go to. But believe me, it's always achievable, it's always workable. And think about yourself. Where do you want to go? But one last thing, never stop learning. It will never stop. Don't say, I've taken a degree or a course in AI in education, period, and that's it. No, you should always have an ongoing learning processes in that direction, and definitely in other directions.
Thank you, Amjad, and that's very important to I love the pause and reflect part because we all need to do that between like our daily burdens, let's say, and lots of tasks. Christine, would you like to add to what Amjad's mentioned?
Yes, I love the point on reflection as well, because just like we're talking about student outcomes, we have to think about our own outcomes as educational leaders and teachers. So pausing and reflecting, thinking about the purpose for which I'm using AI, and then thinking about how to apply that. So backwards planning to that outcome shows up again. Another kind of layer I would add to this conversation is making AI, quote, real for students. And so not only creating those communities of practice amongst educators all over the globe, so much like this forum in which we're having these conversations, but also leveraging the startups and the entrepreneurs that are using AI or creating AI tools for us to use. And so being able to go to maybe a startup development organization or bring in parents of students who might be in that space to show classrooms and school cultures how AI is used beyond the classroom walls. And so being able to kind of reduce that barrier between the classroom and the quote real world, again through bringing in experience-based learning or immersive kind of opportunities in the quote real world to make it real for everyone. I want to come back again to a strand where we talk about artificial intelligence and replacing teachers. And I agree that artificial intelligence will never replace teachers, because the primary role of a teacher is not to kind of program content into a student. It's to create a culture of learning that is relationship based, that is emotional based, that is training students how to think, not what to think. And so even with generative AI creating those answers and kind of blurring into that realm, a teacher will be replaced, I think this was said earlier so beautifully, by another teacher who is more adaptive and more digitally savvy and better able to use tools at their disposal to create a more student-driven, personalized learning environment. And so I think that's where we can better integrate artificial intelligence in our own experience through pausing, through reflecting, and then through leveraging our own resources to come into the classroom and show us how artificial intelligence is used to create outcomes.
Amazing. And I love the way you push educators to the very top of Bloom's taxonomy to create, to evaluate, to reflect.
To create, yes.
Yes, to
That,
create.
it comes
It's
down to that.
Yes,
I love that you brought up Bloom's, because that we're all creating. We're all constantly seeking knowledge and learning as lifelong learners, not so we can forget about what we learned and say, you know, we've arrived, we have a terminal degree, but so that we can say our degrees and our knowledge have now trained us to ask better questions. And isn't that kind of the whole purpose, is to keep asking questions?
You know, at the Queen Rania Teacher Academy here, our slogan is نتعلم لنعلم. So we are like constant lifelong learners. Every day we learn something new.
Yes.
And we want all of our teachers as well to learn, to keep learning.
I love that you brought up the slogan and the goal of using tools, artificial intelligence included, ChatGPT, and the ability to prompt engineer to help us reveal all the questions we can ask, all the knowledge that is available to us. There is no way a student will ever become a master, whatever age you are, right? You know, ourselves included, of all the knowledge out there. And that's our goal, is to instill a love of learning in our students and a mechanism by which we can actually do that, right? Learning for life, I saw in the chat, our high school slogan, right? ChatGPT is an incredible mechanism to develop our own curiosity and to apply that to solving problems in our world. right?
Amazing. Yes. Thank you so much, Christine, for that. And I think Seja works with teachers every day. She is our EdTech specialist who contacts teachers. So Seja, what do you have to tell us about capacity building? I know we have like around 5 minutes, and I have one last question for everyone or a comment, but I would love to hear from you because you work with teachers and school leaders daily on technical support, on teaching them how to use many of the tools. So what can you tell us, Seja, about it?
Yeah, just one thing. I think Mrs. Amjad and Dr. Christine said everything that was on my mind. Just one thing, teachers keep telling me that there are a lot of tools. How can I start? How can I choose the right tool? What should I do? Because they feel overwhelmed with the tools that they have and how to use it. And I just tell them one thing, that to focus on the goal. If you focus on the goal, like what do you want this tool to help you with? What do you want it to do? When you focus on the goal, trust me, you will choose right. You are teachers and you know the best. You know what your students want and what you want them to be able to do or to learn. So focusing on that and on the goal or the objectives of the lesson, you will choose the right thing, or you choose the right tool.
So with Seja, one final advice for our K-12 teachers who are joining us today.
Just to wrap up, I think there will come a day where teachers would say, did really teachers used to plan their lesson using by filling a template on Microsoft Word? How did they do that? Just like us saying now, how did our parents survive without mobile phones or applications like Google Maps? So
yeah, they used to know all the roads, by the way. Now we can't move to the next building without Google Maps. Thank you so much, Seja. Thank you. That's so insightful. Kristen, what do you tell leaders?
Yes, parting thoughts. Create a culture that embraces failure. There's no such thing as failure. We can only learn lessons from it. And with those lessons learned, we're all stronger.
Thank you so much. Amjad, what do you tell our policymakers?
I would say if we can go into accept the change, work towards the change, be adaptive, supportive, and flexible.
If I may add to that, listen to teachers in the classrooms because they will have they have the answers. Always teachers have the answers. Involve them in the decisions you do in regarding the use of AI in education. I just want to share with you 1 second is when I asked the ChatGPT to draw a AI classroom. This is what I got. So augmented reality in classrooms, a lot of engagement, apparently personalized learning, but I would challenge our educators here to draw their own classrooms, AI classrooms. What is it that you envision? What is it, how you apply all the learning shared today? All the sessions were really, really insightful, a lot of resources up there, and it will allow you to create your own AI classroom that will have a learner-centered learning in it. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for your sharing your experience, your insights, and your thoughts with us. Back to you, Nancy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nabila. This was incredibly insightful and encouraging. And thank you to all our panelists, Ms. Seja, Mrs. Amjad, and Dr. Christine. It was truly insightful. Even I learned from it a lot. So thank you so much. And I could tell from the chat, everyone was really interacting and engaging. So thank you.
I love the audience. This audience is really, really engaging.
They actually drove us elsewhere, right, Nabila? Just almost the same thing.
They gave us such positive energy, to be honest.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much once again. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us today. We are extremely grateful for our speakers and their great efforts. So also special thanks to ADU's marketing team and their IT team and the organizers for their support in this wonderful event. And so we greatly look forward to seeing you all in the coming activities, inshallah. Thank you so much for coming once again. And I'd like to remind you before that certificates can be downloaded from the ADU Learn platform. The link is already provided in the chat box. I'll provide it again. And yeah, thank you all so much for attending, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you,
bye-bye.
Nancy. يعطيكم العافية. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.